Hello everyone. Thank you for tuning in. You're watching The Breakout. Tonight's showcase theme is Summer Games. We have sports, we have racing, we have bugs. I don't know about you, but that sounds like an excellent time. So, first up we've got Sonic Mania, run by Snowball SMB.
Hello everyone. My name is Snowball, and this is going to be Sonic Mania Amy New Game Plus No Major Glitches. Sonic Mania is a really cool collection of zones from Sonic's 1, 2, CD, and 3 and Knuckles, as well as a few unique zones to the game. And there is a community-made mod that puts Amy Rose into the game as a playable character with her own unique moveset, which is really cool, that I will get into shortly into the run. New Game Plus means I'll have all of the Chaos Emeralds from the get-go, so almost every stage I'll be transforming into Super Amy. There's a reason why it's not every stage that I'll touch on in the run. With that out of the way, gonna give a quick countdown, and then we'll be off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Totally not me, almost having a panic moment, thinking, oh no, I don't have live split up. I don't need live split up for this. This is a marathon run. So any, good Sonic starts with Green Hill. And fortunately, Green Hill has 50 rings very quickly. You need 50 rings once you have all of the emeralds to transform into Super State. Big rings are in this game and function as the sort of like portals into the special stages where you get the Chaos Emeralds. Once you have all 7, if you collect a big ring, it will automatically give you 50 rings instantly, which is very handy for getting an instant Super State activation requirement, or for just drastically increasing the amount of time that you can stay in Super State, because when you're Super, your ring count will drop 1 ring per second, so you have to keep that in mind. But Amy's got a really cool moveset. She's got a hammer flip / hammer jump. I switch between what I call it between the two quite a bit. That gives her a huge amount of height, which lets her reach higher paths with ease. She also has a heli hammer, which gives her a massive hitbox while in the air, and also just lets her fall significantly slower. Amy, let's hammer flip up there, thank you. I did grab some speed shoes and an invincibility monitor, so I don't need to activate Super State quite yet, but now I do, because fumbling around a little bit trying to get up to this top route is going to lower the time that these speed shoes will be active in a productive manner. For some reason, I've always found Green Hill Act 2 to be one of the hardest stages to get through optimally. It is a deceptively difficult speed route. But now we are moving on into Chemical Plant. And something really cool about the returning zones in this game is Act 1 is usually a sort of mashup of stage elements from the various act numbers from the game that they originated from, and then Act 2 is usually something completely new with, or at least mostly new, usually with a fancy little gimmick. So the stage gimmick for Green Hill Act 2 was the zip lines. And Chemical Plant has a really cool Act 2 mechanic that actually we get a little sneak peek of in the boss fight of Act 1. But here I'm going to go to the right. 2, 3, 4, jump heli hammer, jump down the ramp, and we are into the boss. The boss is going to drop down into this dark blue flubber, and the flubber is the stage mechanic for Act 2. Dark blue flubber damages you, light blue gives you a little bounce, green flubber gives you a big bounce, and purple sort of is just like a transportation flubber. This stage is one of my favorites in the game up until the boss. The boss sucks. And will probably be there for a little while because I'm not very good at Puyo Puyo, and it just so happens to be Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, and I just tried to go a little too quick. I wasn't sure where the cycle was going to be, and I probably should have taken that a little bit slower, but I got a little greedy. Double up in the pipes there to go to the route that I want. Getting hit when I did is going to not be that big of a deal, especially since I was able to grab some extra rings there. But I need to take this section a little bit slower, because if I'm super, then I can just drop down there instantly. But now I can pop super here, fly up with the green. Usually you have to go all the way to the right and then bounce back on a loop and wind your way up a long and slow thing, but Super Amy can just jump off that little slope and skip pretty much all of that. Big jump up here, jump down the ramp. Okay, get hit by some interesting slope physics. Do another jump off of a slope to just skip a lot of back and forth. Turn this into some more green flubber, down another pipe, up and over, and we are heading on into Time Loss Land, the boss. I'm going to just be playing Puyo pretty badly, so if there are any messages from the host, this is a great time for that, because, yeah, we're gonna be here for a bit.
Absolutely. Someone in chat asked if the dark blue flubber hurts you, then why does it look so tasty? And I kind of agree, like...
Fair question. Ask Eggman. He's the one that I think built the flubber.
Okay, note to self, ask Eggman later.
And that was actually a decent play, which feels very wrong because I'm the one playing. And it normally doesn't go swimmingly.
I mean, that's the Summer Games magic.
Okay, there we go. Alright, that, not the greatest, but definitely could have gone significantly worse, especially since Puyo Puyo is not my strong suit. Next up is the first Sonic Mania original zone, Studiopolis. This one has a cool bit of lore, being sort of like the stage that resulted in this game's creation. Like, this was the zone that was sent to Sega as, like, whatever it was sent to Sega as sort of like the proof of concept for Sonic Mania. So very, very cool. I'm not the biggest fan of speedrunning this level, though. It's the sort of resident, it's full of bumpers stage. But it does have this big ring that's right next to the path, so an instant super state that is going to last quite a while is very, very handy. Especially since we have another auto-scroller boss coming up. But I am going to grab that lightning shield. There are 3 different types of elemental shields. There are fire shields, lightning shields, and bubble shields. In addition to giving you an extra hit of HP, the lightning shield gives you a ring magnet and shields you from taking damage from electricity. The fire shield will shield you from taking damage from fire or lava. And the bubble shield will prevent you from being able to drown, which is important for 2 stages, 1 zone. That will be later in the run, and will get a decent amount of play utilization, because there is a couple decent stretches where we will be underwater. But this is the first of the hard-boiled heavies. This is Heavy Gunner. 1, 2, 3, top, middle, bottom. It's RNG which order he shoots the missiles in, but the top missile is number 1. That is the first one that'll appear on the screen from the right. Middle is 2, bottom is 3, so on and so forth. It's actually good RNG. That was only 1-3, so I'll take it. Usually I get into a marathon and Heavy Gunner's like, marathon time? Alright, 3 3s and a 2, let's do this. But 1-3-2-1, I will gladly take that. And I am very, very glad that I was able to keep this lightning shield. I don't know why I would have lost it. But the lightning shield is definitely handy for this stage for grabbing more rings early on. And just... And then of course I run into this guy because I normally don't fall down here. Go away, ball. Alright, now we're back on the path. Every once in a while, these weird little, like, I don't know what those are supposed to be. I like to call them little dandelion balls, even though they're very much not dandelions. Every once in a while, you just don't get the collision on them, which is very tragic when that happens. But there is a ring monitor for 10 there. Very important to know your backups for ring counts. Ow. Fortunately, there are lots and lots of rings right along the path for extras. And Super State here is pretty important just to, like, really speed this section up, because this is a very slow, sluggish area that kind of sucks to play if you're not in Super State. So making sure that you have that there is very, very important. Come on, Amy. Okay, or don't. Every once in a while I try to go for the greedy jump there, and every single time I mess it up and end up slowly falling down the movie reel. Maybe I should just stop going for that, because it only saves like a second and I never hit it. Oh my gosh, I am getting destroyed by these bumpers tonight. Fortunately, we are almost out from under the wrath of the bumpers. Now it's just a few little loop-de-loops until we get to Eggman's weather forecast robot that kind of sucks. I mean, it does forecast the weather, but it's kind of already been blown up. So that was a boss fight. Also, Amy's hammer flip / hammer jump is very, very handy for popping those animal capsules that float down from the top of the screen nice and early. Very, very powerful ability. But now we're coming up to a classic. We got Flying Battery. This is also just one of the scariest zones in a speedrun setting, at least for me personally, because there are a lot of things that can just decide your run is over. I am going to grab that fire shield for a bit of protection, and also there's a very cheeky placement of a one of those fire jets, pretty much just blocking the this little corridor back into the ship. If you start moving to the left too early, it will just end your speedrunning career. Because you'll get hit, you'll lose all your rings, and then you'll not be able to pop Super State for a good while, and at that point you pretty much just want to reset the level, because this stage is brutal without Super State, to the point where you are losing a lot of time if you lose super early. and actually play it out. And that's another spring I don't know why I ever go for, because Super Amy's just so quick. Every once in a while I get the positioning of that doors button mixed up if it's on the ceiling or floor, because I also run Sonic and Knuckles New Game Plus in Sonic Origins a decent amount with Amy as well, and between Sonic Mania and Sonic and Knuckles, one game has it on the ceiling, the other has it on the floor. And every once in a while I get confused, like, wait, which game is it that has it on which? But we are once again getting a little bit of a sneak peek at what the next stage's mechanic is. We've got garbage. Oh my god, come on Amy, spin dash, there we go. There are lots of piles of garbage that you can just sort of sink through, drop down to lower levels. This is another stage that's got a big ring right off the path, and it is nice and early. This is a little bit of a frightening area because those mines, if both of those mines detonate, then a hole will open up in the floor. That part of the stage is just over thin air. Okay. Amy, please go in the hole. Thank you. Don't go in the sparkles. Thank you. Ah, Amy. What are you doing tonight? Well, what am I doing tonight? I'm the one controlling Amy. Amy is feeling a bit adventurous. Let's go with that. But now coming up, this is one of my favorite sequences in the game, of just like little jumps here and there to skip various stage moving element cycle thingies that just looks super satisfying when done properly, and feels very satisfying as well. Last time I ran this in a marathon, I slipped between a gap there and fell off and lost my super state. That really slowed down the boss, so I'm going to be extra careful with where I fly off of that pole. But now we are coming up to Eggman's spider robot. This one's sort of interesting. The body of it is a bumper, and we have to just sort of jump into him, shove him into some spikes. It's not always the most responsive to getting hit in certain directions, and you can him too early, and that's not good. Sometimes the spikes will be like off the screen and you'll take damage. It's strange. You also have to be careful, because if you're positioned directly underneath a set of spikes as the elevator is going up, you will get crush killed, and that will lose a lot of time. Also, that boss fight is sort of the first major route deviation point between no major glitches and the glitched run, because there's actually a way to skip that boss. When I was outside of the flying battery in that last section, the final ceiling that I was running on that took me back into the flying battery, I could have jumped off there and heli-hammered and done effectively a screen wrap to the area where the animal capsule is, because the boss is the animal capsule is at the very least below that part of the stage. The game just visually tricks you into thinking that it's above, but it's in actuality below. The thing is, it's a very tight window. I think it's only a few frames. And if you mess up the timing for the heli-hammer, then you will get soft-locked. So I prefer my comfy cozy, no major glitches, also just because I have more fun playing games glitchless. But anyway, we're in Press Garden. I had to real quick make sure I knew which Eggman Press stage this was, because in Sonic Superstars, there's also Press Factory. And Press Factory is actually, not just in Superstars, but in 2D Sonic as a whole, one of my favorite stages. At the very least, Act 2. So I always, whenever I run Sonic Mania, ever since I started doing a little bit of Superstars running, I always have to, like, mentally ask myself, hey, which press zone is this? They're both very, very good zones, but I did go off the track a little bit towards the end of the stage to grab this fire shield. That's important because there is one trait of the fire shield that I did not mention earlier, and that is when you have a fire shield, it prevents you from being able to get frozen. And Press Garden Act 2 is the game's resident snow and ice level. Fortunately, that element of the fire shield does shut off when you activate Super State, which is very, very nice, or else you could get soft locked while in Super State, which would be most unfortunate. And I've lost the fire shield anyway, but that shouldn't be that big of a deal to get hit there because I'm almost to the point where Super State gets activated. Also, this is one of the hardest main routes on a stage to have everything go properly, because there's a little bit of funny momentum shenanigans with getting frozen up here, and getting frozen here is actually pretty tough, and that's not gonna do it, Amy. Okay, let's see. Didn't get frozen there. Alright, time for the backup route. Fortunately, there is a fairly simple backup. It does lose a little bit of time. Come on, Amy, we don't want to get frozen. Now that's fine. You have to crash into the yellow spring there. And with no sort of momentum at all, that's not really going to happen. Right. Go up here, spin dash through the wall. These platforms, unfortunately, do have, or they are solid on the bottom, so you can't just jump through them like some platforms, which does make that route a little bit more tedious, because the main route is very direct, but you have to get frozen by that first sort of ice block that I got frozen by, near the top of the slope that it appears on. And it's very, very tight timing, especially with how quick and slidey Super Amy is. But now we are going on over to Sonic CD. We've got Stardust Speedway, but we are in the past. This is probably my worst level in the game, just because I don't vibe with it. And I don't think the stage vibes with me either. Hopefully what's going to happen is just the usual get 50 rings, pop Super State, go to the boss, beat up the boss. That doesn't always happen. And sometimes I just end up on routes that I'm very much not supposed to be on. Oh my god. Yeah. At least I'm still on the main route. If I get to the boss without Super State, that's honestly not that big of a deal. It does slow it down a little bit, but there's this cool thing that I can do that I like to do quite a bit in my video gaming called damage boosting. That I probably will have to rely on because I don't think there are too many more rings on this stage. But I am prone to getting thrown onto the wrong path on this stage and lose like a minute. So fortunately, staying on the right path, even if my movement speed is a little bit slower, that is still going to be, yeah, there are times where I'm at the boss like at least 15 seconds slower than this. I do not like these fireflies. I don't like them in Sonic CD. I don't like them in Sonic Mania. But fortunately, we are through the little ones, so should should be able to get... Yeah, there we go. Just a few damage boosts, and honestly, that wasn't really that much slower of a boss fight than with Super State. But this next stage, I do need to be much more careful. Fortunately, I am much better at Act 2 than I am at Act 1. We have gone to the future, back to the present for Act 2, and Metal Sonic will be waiting for us at the end of the stage with a 3-phase boss fight. One of the coolest boss fights and boss musics in the game, in my opinion. And I personally like to think that the true rivalry that started all the way back in Sonic CD was actually Amy and Metal Sonic, and as opposed to, you know, the classic Sonic and Metal Sonic. Both are good rivalries. But Amy and Metal, you know, I'm going to take that path through the top there. I do need to be a little bit careful because there is a hole right there. Heli Hammer right under that bumper. That's actually really tight timing to get under the bumper, and I believe that's actually slightly faster by probably like half a second, so I'm very satisfied with that. Here we go, going to activate Super State now. The reason why I wait until I'm already at the boss and Metal Sonic has shown up is because, as I mentioned before, this is a 3-phase fight, and it's not a short one. This first phase is a sort of classic Sonic CD Stardust Speedway style race. Metal, can you please go in the hole? Thank you. Now I need to hit some energy balls and possibly the Silver Sonics back into him. The thing is, hitting the curled up Silver Sonics into him actually deals 2 hits worth of damage, but it is really hard to angle it right. And I'm like not angling it at all, which is fine, because they're still dropping down and the energy balls are still hitting. Fortunately, that missed. Okay, now I'm going to just... I think he might be... Yeah, he was 1 hit away anyway, so I probably should have just gone for the energy ball, but I wanted to get fancy. I wanted to style on Metal Sonic. It didn't work. Now the final phase is actually a callback to Knuckles Chaotix, with Metal Sonic Kai, I believe, is the name of this form. This is actually a pretty frightening phase of the boss, at least in my opinion, unless you have Super State. If you're in Super State, much like pretty much every other boss, it becomes laughably easy. You do have to be a little bit careful though, because the floor behind Metal Sonic is dropping away, and it's not too difficult to slip and fall into the hole, and that's not good. But now we are into... We've got... Hydro City, or Hydrocity, or however you pronounce it. I personally pronounce it Hydro City just because I feel like it rolls off my tongue, personally, a little bit better than the alternatives. Let's go down here, into the water. This is the stage that I was talking about earlier that has the bubble shield, which does make quite a bit of sense, as this is the only real water level. I do need to be a little bit quick, because there are piranha robots that if they grab you while you're pulling one of the levers in like a specific way, it'll soft lock the game. Don't ask how I know this, but I'm always very careful about that. Now I need to pull this lever, go this way, and I need to make sure that I don't get crush killed. There we go. That part's a little bit scary because the box cycles makes it very easy to get crush killed, and there's not a single checkpoint before there, so... And that's over a minute into the stage, so if you get crush killed there, you are simply out of luck. Which is very unfortunate, because this is like one of the only stages where it really does not matter. if you have Super State for the boss fight or not. Like, Eggman's in his scuba suit. He has left his Eggmobile completely unattended. And we are going to capitalize on that situation. We are going to just load on up here, and this is actually a reverse of the Hydro City Act 2 boss fight from Sonic 3 and Knuckles, where Eggman will create these columns of water and try to pull you up to hit you with the propeller, but then you jump on the water as it's lifting up and it acts as a platform and you bonk him anyway. Or if you're Amy, you just jump high enough and hit him anyway. Eggman, like, does not build these things with, I feel like, any of his opponents in mind. I was going to say mostly Tails and Amy in mind, but really any of them. Now we are moving on into one of my personal favorite stages of the game, Hydro City Act 2. Got some really, really cool skips on this one. We're gonna skip a very large portion of the stage. There are two sort of figure eights that the game wants you to go through, of top left to bottom right to top right to bottom left. We're gonna ignore that. That's fine that I got hit there and lost the bubble shield because there's another one later on in the level. So fortunately, that's not going to be an issue. And also, fortunately, there are, I believe 53 is the exact number, of rings right along the path that works out very conveniently, because if you don't have Super State, or if you're running, like, no emeralds, this skip becomes an absolute nightmare with Amy, because it is incredibly difficult for her to get over without the increased speed from Super State, even with her Heli Hammer. And if you don't make it all the way over there, then you just sort of fall through the slide. And that's not good. But there's that bubble shield. Also, it's not really that big a deal if you don't have the bubble shield. It's more just like a safety precaution for the boss more than anything. But there's the second figure eight that we totally played. And we are to the boss. This, I do think, is a contender for the biggest example in this game, though, of Eggman didn't think anything through. So, he put mines in the water when this machine is weak to mines specifically. I don't know what he thought was going to happen, but unfortunately got a little bit of bad RNG. So that phase went a bit slower, and now we actually have just a remaster of the Hydro City Act 1 boss from 3 and Knuckles. And now, another capsule that's going to fall, and then I need to jump over onto sort of an invisible piece of collision, or geometry, or whatever, on that quarter pipe, because this cutscene you unfortunately can't skip, but if you're there, Amy will slide down all the way to the other quarter pipe, get hit by the jet of water, slide down, and pretty much be at the exit doorway right away. And there's very little of just waiting for Amy to walk off screen that we'll have to do. Now we are to Mirage Saloon Act 1. It is the resident plane level, so this is the perfect time for messages from the host, because there is literally nothing happening here for like a minute and a half.
Alright, well... cool upcoming events that are happening in the community. On June 22nd, on Sunday, we'll be having Fool Around and Find Route, which is a skills-based event where you are shown approachable 100% run and given Q&A time and equipped with all the tools you need to route an any percent run. We'll be joined by Organ Mike for this event, and they'll be sharing their expertise in Ultima 4 Quest of the Avatar. So that is really exciting. I'm personally very excited because I don't know how to route, and that sounds awesome.
Yeah, that sounds really, really cool. Okay, this is actually... I realize there is something that I mentioned just before the run started that this is the perfect opportunity for me to explain. I commented on how I would be activating Super State on most stages, but not all of them. This is like the prime example of not activating Super State on this stage. For one thing, I don't have enough rings to do so anyway. But usually I do at this point, but I don't. Because, one, it's an auto-scroller, so it doesn't really do anything. But two, more importantly, the increased speed and slidiness actually makes it possible to fall off the plane. I have done that before. And it is time loss that I never want to have happen again. So I just opt to not do that. But now we've got a giant caterpillar that we've got to take out, and this fight is pretty RNG, unfortunately. Hopefully it's good cycles. 1, 2... Okay, I think I'm at 4, but I honestly did not hear if I got the third hit on those jumps or not. Okay, cool, I did. Let's go. Alright, so that was pretty solid RNG. Like 3 cycles is... You can get it in 2 cycles, but that's incredibly rare. So I will gladly take the 3. And now in Mirage Saloon Act 2, I feel like I'm always going a different route whenever I play this stage, but fortunately, like, pretty much every route on this stage is fast and pretty much the exact same amount of time. So, I'm gonna just let Amy take the wheel for this stage and see where we end up. But this stage, I do need these rings from this loop. This stage has some cool callbacks to some classic Sonic characters. During the boss fight, we'll be up against the third of the hard-boiled heavies, Heavy Magician. And she will be transforming into some characters that honestly I wish would come back more often. Actually, one of them did show up in a game recently, that game being Sonic Superstars. But we are going to be saying hello to, I mean, not the real deals, but to the hooligan team of Fang, Bean, and Bark. So first up is Fang, going to bonk once, get 1 hit on Heavy Magician, and then bonk Fang again and do another 2 hits. Going to do that with Bean as well, and then go for just 2 hits on Heavy Magician straight away during the Bart the Polar Bear segment. And that is because anytime Heavy Magician takes 2 hits of damage, she'll go back into the box and transform into a different one of the hooligans. So it's just faster to get 3 hits on the first 2, as opposed to doing a second cycle on Fang. Next up, Oil Ocean. This is a stage that has a lot of sentimental value to me, as there are lots of good memories of this stage that I have from when I was little baby Snowball playing Sonic 2 with my family. Of course, this stage is a bit different in this game. Like, there's a big ring chilling there. I don't think that big rings were really a thing in Sonic 2. But the gist of the stage is still the same, except in this game, at least for Act 1, we're running through the oil rig to go beat up Bob the Builder. Because he's... I don't know what he's doing, but he's making a mess of things at the oil rig or something like that. Actually, I think Amy's the one who's doing that, but... You know what? Eggman doesn't need this operational. This is another instance of... That's a boss fight. Super Amy is kinda OP. Now we're getting, yet again, a sneak peek of the Act 2 gimmick. We have Smog. And the Smog functions very, very similarly to the lights dimming mechanic of Standopolis Act 2 from Sonic & Knuckles. Slightly differently, of course. The lights on Sandopolis as they dim will cause ghosts to grow bigger and stronger and more aggressive. The smog here on Oil Ocean after a while will start having a 1 ring per second draining effect like Super State does, except you're not in Super State. It's just an active hindrance. But both are remedied by these levers that are hanging from various places throughout the stage. So that's where the, like, big similarity between the two stages comes from. Also, this stage has one of the most satisfying bits of movement in the entire run, in my opinion, utilizing Super Amy's increased speed and the Helihammer ability. Because there are a few submarines, we don't want to go into the submarine because they're just extra bits of level that don't take you anywhere. They're just slow. But max charge spin dash off of that elevator at the earliest possible time you can into a Helihammer will take you right over the submarine hatch with a ton of speed and rocket you straight into the boss fight. And I'm going to take a sip of water because Eggman is going to just uselessly shoot at an invincible little speed demon. And fight over. And now we only have 3 different zones left, 6 levels to go. But they are all fairly long levels. First up of the final 3 is Lava Reef. And there's actually a minor little visual glitch for Act 2 that I am going to try to show off because it's really, really cool. But we still have a bit of time to go before we are there. This is pretty much the one major instance of going off the main path to grab rings. As it's very early, there are enough rings to get you up to Super State, and the increased speed offsets going off the path, and then some by quite a bit, because this is a really long level. So having that increased speed for the maximum amount of time that you can is definitely ideal. This is also just... Amy, come on, let's go. There we go. This is just also generally a bit of a stressful level because there are a handful of different things that can crush kill you. And that's, you know, that's never good. But also, because it's so long, you've got to move kind of quickly to make sure that you don't lose your Super State before the boss. As it's definitely handy to have the invincibility for this boss because there's lava and falling debris and rocks and stalactites, and it's just one thing after another. There are a couple ring monitors over here that I like to grab just for an extra bit of safety. Now I'm going to jump off this wall and bang my head on the ceiling. Ideally, you can get really, really far up that staircase with a jump off of that wall timed right, but it is so incredibly tight on the timing. And speaking of tight timing. It's not really tight timing, but I did mess up the timing on that jump. I went a little bit late. Fortunately, though, it's the backup route is just a couple of springs that are literally right below where I fell down. Taking this elevator should be putting us just about to the boss. There are a few floors there that I need to break, and then I'm gonna jump back up. And now, there's actually a boss that cannot take damage from Super Amy, at least not immediately, because it has sort of glowing awesome hedgehog protective armor. The one downside to that armor is it's not lava proof, and it's put in a cave full of lava. So, yeah. I'm not going to skip this cutscene immediately because of that little cool visual glitch that I mentioned. Amy is going to jump onto this elevator and spin dash it down a bit. The screen is going to fade. And then I'm going to skip the cutscene, and now we have Lights Off Lava Reef. It's not quite as dim as it could be, but still it is plenty dim enough to really show off the spectacular sparkle of the crystals in this cave. This stage, I wish that the lights out glitch would last all the way into the boss fight and for the boss fight, but unfortunately there is like another screen transition while running into the boss arena. Also, this part's really scary because if you walk onto those platforms at the wrong point of the cycle, you're gonna just get crush killed. There are lots of places that you can get crush killed if you're not careful in this game. It's a very hazardous game. Ow. Yeah, the timing for the double jump there to avoid getting smacked by that chimney is actually surprisingly tight. Fortunately, there is this fire shield, so I won't have to worry about the fact that I'll have to run on lava now without, You know what, there's a ring monitor up here. I'm gonna grab that. Know where your backup rings are just in case of an emergency, because now I don't have to run on lava with my fire shield. Even though it would not have been an issue, but now I don't have to worry about accidentally running into that one badnik that is just chilling in the lava because it wants to. Nice. I was a little bit worried that I was hitting that platform at an unfavorable point of the cycle and have to wait another cycle, but the not heli hammer. The hammer flip was just barely enough height to get me up there. And now we are coming up to the final of the hard-boiled heavies, and I don't think I want to say most annoying because Heavy Gunner's fight is very annoying, but Heavy Rider is also very, very annoying. So let's see how this goes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, she didn't really do anything there, so that was very helpful. 2 zones to go. Next up, we have Metallic Madness. This is another stage, I believe the only other stage, where I will be opting to not activate Super State. That is because of once again, the real slidiness that Super State gives Amy. And this stage is actually the only, even though it's a Sonic CD stage, this stage has the only returning boss fight from Sonic 1. Oh wait, I can just go back up. I've never fallen down there, but I didn't know. That's like the one spot if you fall down, you don't need to reset the level. Let's go. This is a very go top route or reset the stage type level. But the boss fight is the final zone boss from Sonic 1, with some quality of life improvements to it. And it's very, very easy to just, once again, get crush killed. by the pistons, especially if you are in Super State and have that increased slidiness. So I usually prefer to just take a tiny bit of time loss on the actual stage itself, in favor of safety. But the stage also has a really cool gimmick of like some of the stage being in the background as opposed to all of it being in the foreground. We don't really see that until right here at the end of the stage, because going to the background pretty much any other place is slow. And we're speedrunners, we want to go fast. This is the boss fight where we learn to count to 4. Even though it's a 2-phase fight. But quality of life changes. There are now 5 pistons instead of 4. And 2 pistons that are directly next to each other cannot fire at the same time. So there will always be, at the very least, a 1 piston gap in between the 2 that fire, which is so nice. And now we are going into phase 2, which is the desperation phase. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And unfortunately, next stage is the one stage in the game where the super music will play, even with disabling super music. And I say unfortunately because you usually activate Super State right before Eggman enters into an absolutely legendary saxophone solo. But the sort of gimmick of Act 2 is these lasers that turn you into Chibi Amy. And then there are other lasers that will make you big again. But if you activate Super State while you are Chibi Amy, then the super music will play anyway. Which is, it is fine. The super music is very good, but also Metallic Madness Act 2 music is very, very good. I'm gonna just go since those pistons are pretty much angled up. Amy, we want to go back up. There we go. Down here, around, jump, make sure not to get crushed. Go up here. Jump up all the way to the highest level, spin dash, helihammer on over, and see what sort of cycle on this platform up here we are going to be hitting. Pretty good one, actually. Down this tube. Down and around. And we're to the boss, with some callbacks to bosses from previous games, as well as, while playing the Amy Mania mod, a callback to another classic Sonic character who I really hope comes back sometime soon. If you're playing as anyone else, the little robo dolls will be Amy dolls. But when you're playing as Amy, they are little robo dolls of Honey the cat. And I wish that they would do more with Honey. I think that her design is super, super cool. I am going to spin dash into that laser and jump, flick left, so that way when I bounce backwards from it, it will bounce me actually backwards through the laser. Cool little bit of speed tech it saves like a second or two. And now we are to the fourth and final of the Sonic Mania original zones, as well as the final zone of the game. And also personally my favorite in the game, Titanic Monarch. This is just a really, really cool zone. We're pretty much running around, sort of like, blanking on it, but like a big sort of robot production facility thing that's creating the Titanic mining. Colossal scale. I do kind of wish that there was like the final boss was you're flying around in super state fighting the actual Titanic monarch, because that would have been such a cool spectacle with how giant this thing is. Act 2 we will be running around, I believe, inside the Titanic monarch, which is pretty cool. I do wish that we got to actually fight it, though. That would have been awesome. But I do need to be careful up here because spikes, crush kills, you know, the Sonic special, pretty much. I need to be careful because those spikes, I have been crush killed very recently. And that's really, really not good when that happens. Okay, I have never gotten 2 of those jumps out of the orb in a row. That's actually pretty cool. And I believe slightly faster. We should be coming up to the end of the stage before long. This has actually been going very well. Except for this, I don't want to go in that orb, because that's a little bit slow. But almost got to the top of the springs. If you have just enough speed, you can actually pop above those springs and hit them instantly and skip an orb, which is real nice. But this is Crimson Eye. This fight is really, really annoying to do without Super State, because it is pretty much just damage boost endlessly. But Super Amy doesn't have to worry about that. 1 stage to go, and the longest. There are 5 rooms to Titanic Monarch Act 2. There's this sort of opening room, and then there are 4 rooms that we can do in whatever order we want, of top left, bottom left, top right, and bottom right. I do want that shield, thank you very much. I am going to be taking the bottom left room first, because each of these rooms have a sort of like secret exit towards the end that will take you to a little sort of like bonus room sort of area that has a 10 ring monitor as well as a monitor for a specific type of shield. The type of shield that you get from the secret room for the bottom left room is a lightning shield. And that ring magnet is so powerful on this stage that we definitely want to get that as early as possible. Because if we have that as early as possible, that means that we can safely activate Super State as early as possible. And that lets us go fast. So now I'm going to grab these. Also, this is, in my opinion, the best zone theme, musically speaking, in the game. This part's really stressful because you can get crush killed by those pistons super easily, and if you get crush killed there, you do have to restart the stage because you lose your super state, you lose the lightning shield, you lose access to the lightning shield. It's not good, and I'm going to just completely miss that jump. No one saw that. Alright, we should be mostly in the clear now that we're past various things in this room that can result in crush kills. I cannot believe I have never jumped out of the car too early. That feels like something I would be doing all the time. But bottom right, this has another one of the most satisfying bits of movement in the entire run if I can hit it properly at the end. Very tight timing on a couple of hammer flips and a heli hammer. I think a heli hammer, if I'm remembering correctly. I'll remember as soon as I'm there. The muscle memory is everything. Hammer flip did that a little late, but still have the speed to make this happen. Okay, so if the spring hits you back into one of those poles... Ooh, that's a fire shield that I did not want to grab. If you get hit back into one of the poles, then you don't need to heli hammer, but if you get a smooth double jump up there, then you will heli hammer up to the end. So it all depends on how things go. Fortunately, this room is really, really short, so losing the lightning shield shouldn't actually be that big of a deal, because most of the rings are actually, like, just on the way, so you're gonna crash into them anyway. And, yeah, very, very short room. But now we have the final boss. 16 hits. Time is going to be on the 16th hit. This fight's kind of scary, unless you're in Super State. Also, don't ask how it happened, because I genuinely don't know. I have been crush killed in Super State by this boss before, which I don't think is supposed to be possible, but I've made it happen. So that's 5 hits down. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, now Eggman is going to grab us with the Phantom Ruby's power, take us into Heavy Gunner's lair. Heavy Gunner is the only one of the hard-boiled heavies that we will be seeing return in this fight, because Super Amy just shreds this boss. But Heavy Shinobi's room is kinda devious. I actually genuinely do not remember Heavy Magician's room, and Heavy Rider's room is actually just pretty cool. But time. Oh, my ring count was getting low there. I only had 6 left. And now Sonic has, you know, gotten the escape vehicle because honestly, I don't know why. Normally, I think it's Tails who's in the car there, but I think Sonic could probably just run faster than this thing. But, you know, spectacle. And really cool part of the mod, Amy now shows up in the ending cutscene. There she is. I am so happy that, like, Amy is in the ending cutscene in the mod. I think it's super, super cool. But that is Sonic Mania Amy New Game Plus No Major Glitches. Shoutouts to Binary Breakers for letting me show off this run. I love this game to pieces, and this is a very important speedrun to me because this was actually the very first Sonic speedrun of any kind that I ran. So, super, super happy to show it off. Shoutouts to all my friends in the Sonic scene, in the Sonic speedrunning community, and shoutouts to all my friends over at FPE. And shameless plug, you can find me on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Blue Sky at Snowball SMB. I like to play Sonic games. I like to play Super Monkey Ball. That's what the SMB stands for. I like to play some Pokemon and occasionally some Mario games and indie games and just lots of fun vibes. But yeah, once again, thank you so much, Binary Breakers, everyone at Binary Breakers, for letting me show this off.
It was absolutely wonderful having you. What an awesome run. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Breakout. This is presented by Binary Breakers, and it's our Spotlight series, which aims to showcase members of our community throughout the year. Tonight is Summer Games. We just had a super run by Snowball, and now we're gonna get wiggly with the Hollow Knight team. Let's go!
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Seren. This is my very first time doing a marathon run, and I am so happy that I get to do this for the first time with the Binary Breakers, our lovely community. And I am even happier that I get to do this with such amazing commentary as I have today. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Hi, I am Aggie. I'm primarily a Hollow Knight glitch runner and rando racer. I am very happy to be here to commentate such a lovely 90% run.
Hello, I'm Sawayoshi. I'm also here to commentate. I am absolutely thrilled. I'm so ready for this.
All right, I am ready too. So, if there aren't any other things we have to take care of, we can jump right into it. So I'm gonna go choose a new game, and I'm gonna choose classic mode, and time will start when I choose the file. We ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. In 3, 2, 1, go. And I say
Good
go,
luck.
but we have a lot of cutscenes keeping to start with.
Welcome to Hollow Knight 90% No Major Glitches. The main goal of this category is to get the Hollow Knight ending as fast as we can within the No Major Glitches rule set. So with any percent specifically, we need to get all three dreamers and defeat the Hollow Knight. Within that, we are going to be getting quite a few skills like Claw, Dash, Mothling Cloak, and a lovely Crystal Dash. Start off in KP or King's Pass. KP. Very
People
nice.
arrive.
Very soft fall there, but
Yeah, there's a couple different tricks to make this just the slightest bit faster. It does not really change the time though.
yeah.
If you miss them or hit them, it's a very small difference. As we do head out of King's Pass here.
That's the thing about running a game that's been out for 8 years. Everything is so optimized. Every single little thing.
Yeah, and we're still finding so many cool new tricks and glitches and such for this run.
Also, hi, Elderbug.
Elderbug.
Hi, by Elderbug. So very recently in the past couple of months, a new, it's not really new, but a new setup for quote unquote itemless boulder was found, and so that's now being used in very top level speedruns. I would say by far one of the most difficult tricks I've ever seen outside of rando.
Yeah, it is certainly one of the tricks of all time. And if you look at the tops of leaderboards now, you'll see some things that you're not used to seeing in Hollow Knight speedruns, as we do get the Aspen double kill very quickly. Nice.
Itemless Baldur scares me.
It scares everyone. Don't worry.
Yeah. Even those who go for it, it scares them as well. It's such a scary trick.
Nope.
Yeah.
That works.
Oh, nice save.
Yeah. Very nice backup. Yeah, so we are heading towards the False Knight, and from there we're going to go towards receiving our first skill. That is vengeful spirit.
Vengeful spirit. Yep.
Not venge fry spirit.
Venge fry spirit sounds very, very tasty. And for everyone in chat, I just woke up and I am very hungry right now. So false knight here, we have to do one quick cycle here. 13 hits on the armor, then 8 on the insides, and then we will, for anyone that has not seen Hollow Knight before, this wall to the left will open up, and we get to skip the rest of the fight.
False knight is a friend, so we're leaving our friend be.
Absolutely.
In this house, we don't kill maggots.
And in this house we save the grubbies.
So true.
Shaman.
Yeah, having a nice little chat with the snail shaman, who is then going to give us the vengeful spirit.
Vengeful Spirit, for people that do not know, is sort of our magic spell for this run. It uses soul in the top left, which we get with our nail, and it does pretty sizable damage too. It does 3 nail hits worth of damage, and that's what we're going to be using for our main damage source this run. 3 nail hits of soul for 3 nail hits of damage.
Yeah, later on we'll get a bit of equipment that makes that vengeful spirit do more damage.
Oh, okay. We just don't want to help me then.
Yeah,
that vengeful is so mean.
See if we get good
First
RNG. Nice.
Let's go. First try boulder spit. You love to see it.
Yeah. We'll see if that holds up for the second boulder.
Fingers crossed.
Nice mini drops.
Thank you. I've been very lucky with them.
They are frame perfect, so they can sometimes be daunting to hit, but Sarah's been rocking it.
All right, let's see the RNG.
Second boulder. Oop. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, yeah.
I will take
pretty good.
1-2 is absolutely. I'd be absolutely happy with that in a run.
Me too. Okay, the chance for getting a boulder spit or a fireball from the boulder is 50%.
It's exactly 50-50.
Yeah. And I believe that boulder spit world record is like 16 or something ridiculous like that.
There's been a few people that have gotten a few. I think I've heard of 19 on one boulder.
Yeah. I think I've.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that one too.
And here we have Hornet, and we're gonna pull over one of these squits to get over. Very nice.
The old reliable.
All reliable.
Let's see if I can get this fireball skip.
Little difficult skip here.
Nope. Oh wait.
Funny little
Go
airwalk
around.
there, though. Right. Getting that fireball skip does save upwards of about a good few seconds over going around like this, but it can be difficult, especially with some things in this game and how controls work. It can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
And it only saves a few seconds anyways. It doesn't really matter if you don't hit it. until you start getting fast.
And that's first false knight. Oh, the false knight. Not Moss knight.
Moss Knight, yeah.
So many knights.
There are a lot of knights in this game. Did you know Hollow Knight has the Hollow Knight?
Wow.
No way.
Well,
I can't believe
spoilers.
this.
Nice.
Very
kill
nice
on
quick
the,
kill.
on the Vengefly King.
It's a Vengefly Knight.
Yeah,
Vengefly
Vengefly knight. Yeah, that's what VFK stands for.
Mm-hmm. VFK. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye then.
Now heading into Hornet 1.
Yeah, we're going into Hornet Knight.
Yeah, Hornet Knight. Yeah. See, everyone knows THK stands for the Hornet Knight.
Yeah. Right. We want to keep Hornet in the corner as much as possible, but mainly we want to keep using our soul get fireballs. That was some good damage there. Yeah. Should be a little bit more.
There you go.
Nice. Not
Very
bad.
nice.
Yeah. Sometimes you
Hornet.
can get double hits where you hit your fireball twice, and that gives you a little bit more damage. We saw a couple of those that fight. The main menu, and we did pick up dash, which makes this run a lot faster. It makes the run move along a lot faster.
Yeah, so Saren save quick and to menu there. When we picked up VS, it set our hard save to Ancestral Mound. We're going to be utilizing that hard save at least once more. Now Saren is heading towards Fungal Wastes and towards Mantis Claw. There's some really cool movement in Fungal Wastes.
Fungal is very movement based, and just the tiniest differences can make a big dent in your time.
Like that.
Yeah. So sometimes things like this happen.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just the Acid Pool RNG.
I legitimately did not know that you could just drift to the right and make that at the bottom.
Yeah.
Everybody get ready to say hi to the best character. Hi,
Oh my
Claw.
god, hi Cloth.
Hi, Cloth. We do not get
Hi,
to see
Cloth.
Cloth.
Yeah, we're too speedy for Cloth. But we said hi on the way past, and I'm fairly sure she heard us. Yippee.
It's okay, she was taking a nap. We don't want to disturb her.
Right.
Now we go the scenic route and the Mentis
this way.
Safari.
This way is generally touted as the easier way to Mantis Village, as opposed to Ipogo. But it has some enemies. It has enemies that can be a little bit hard to dodge. So it can still be difficult if you're not super prepared for it.
Absolutely.
I've seen people miss Ipogo, go this way, and then just take too many hits and take a death anyways.
I will heal just once here, just because, as you said, there are many enemies here, and I don't want to die.
Yeah, many opportunities to get hit. Going back around. Nice. Ooh, nice. Dodging those mantis youth.
And with that mantis claw, we're going to save quit back to A Mount. We're going to make our way towards resting grounds. That first.
Or we make our way all the way back to, all the way over to resting grounds. We have a couple pit stops.
Yeah. Hey, we're gonna get a secret tool that's gonna help us later.
Mm-hmm. And over this way.
Very good movement. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And dash movement is some of my favorite things in the game. It's so cool. It's so fun.
Mm-hmm. A lot of it can just be press button over and over. But also, I like the movement that you can do with it, because you do have to like pay attention to where your dashes go, because you do need to recharge it. Oh, right. Into the gross mother fight. Not much HP, not much of a menace at all.
Yeah, intended to be one of, if not the first boss fight in a casual playthrough.
Mm-hmm. If not the first in some cases.
Yeah.
Not bad cleanup either.
Very nice clean up there.
Yeah.
Hi, Celebra.
Hello, Celebra.
Okay. And that's the charm that will increase our vengeful spirit damage.
Yep. Makes our vengeful spirit do 4 nail hits of damage instead of 3, which is a giant help in boss fights that are coming up later on in this run.
It also makes the hitbox bigger.
Mm-hmm. Just slightly bigger, which can be helpful as well. Oh no, Saren, what are you doing?
Oh no! What? Oh no!
no.
Ah!
I'm sorry, guys. I guess the run's over.
Dang. So sad. Nice.
Very nice.
Good shade skip. So we take an intentional hit there. We're gonna spawn our shade and then pogo off of them to get up into Blue Lake. This is absolutely not something that you should be doing on a casual playthrough. I did almost get up here though with my casual.
Yippee! Yeah. This allows us to get to resting ground significantly earlier than the game intends us to get here. And we're going to be picking up the dream now, which we need in order to get all of the dreamers.
Mm-hmm. The game's currently you can't read it, it's in Chinese, but currently introducing Monomon, Lyrian, and Hera, the 3 dreamers, saying that they are guarding Hollow Nest, the kingdom of Hollow Nest, and we need to not disturb them, is what it says.
But the knight goes, this sign can't stop me, I cannot read.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that's really funny about one of the older patches, specific 1211, is that you don't need a dream nail in order to enter the dreamer's dreams.
Yeah,
it is an incredibly reason,
That's only a thing in one offshoot version of 1211 that was out for maybe a day or 2.
Yeah.
It's
such a silly patch.
It's bizarre.
Yeah, it's a very silly patch, and it's completely banned for the NMV category.
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
I just asked, like, if you could just like interact with dreamers and get them without dream nail. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
You just nail slash the dreamer.
For some reason, your nail slash will hit them. For some reason, your nail slash, I believe, will also not hit levers. I believe.
Amazing.
I think that was
That's
a
just
thing.
so silly. That's so silly.
Yeah, 1211 is certainly something that happened in Hollow Knight, especially because I think there were two versions of 1211, and then the game went back to 1210. Certainly a time.
Yeah.
He probably knows more about that than me. I don't know glitch stuff very much. All right.
Yeah, 122111 is just a really silly patch. Now entering City of Tears. Specifically the right side. Yeah, we're here significantly earlier than the game expects, so there are quite a few enemies that are quite tough. Aaron gets those ones. Jeez.
We are here to defeat. Would you know it? We're here to defeat another knight.
In this case, there's like 5 of them.
There are 5 of them. I mean, there's technically 6, but there's 5.
Yeah, the sixth one is just having a really long nap. They're in such a deep slumber that they just didn't wake up in time.
Yeah, and if you played through this game casually, I don't know, it's possible that you haven't seen this enemy, the Gorgeous Husk, which just kind of exists here. There are no hints to getting in here, I believe. They're just kind of there and drop 420 geo, which is our currency for this game.
Definitely the hardest boss in the game. Like, it's super difficult.
Absolutely.
Defeating them, Saren making it look so easy.
First try, no less.
Yeah.
Right.
Saren making her way up to Watcher's Spire. The game intends you to have wings before entering this area, but there is a very nice, convenient background object that Saren forgot to get up there.
Wings being our double jump ability in this game. Alright. Getting a little soul for this upcoming fight.
I love Boogling that little guy. It's so funny.
Yeah, understandable. A little bit of a difficult fight here against the Great Husk Sentry, which does 2 damage, so you need to be absolutely very careful.
Yeah, on older patches, you can do a lever skip, but that got patched out.
Wait, no, I think I remember now. You could hit on 1211. You could hit levers. I think it was just you couldn't do this lever skip for some reason. Or was it like just 1221 that you could do lever skips? I have no recollection of anything around there.
Yeah. Well, all I remember is 1221 has lever skips.
And that's all that matters. Right. Get this chandelier down, and we're into Watcher Knights.
Let's go, washing machines.
Washer Knights, as they're
Washer
colloquially
Knights.
known to some in the community.
That works.
A little scary on health, but we'll see if that holds.
Give me a cheeky healing. Don't punish me.
Quick safety heal. Oop. A little scary.
So, watching it, it's very much a very difficult boss, especially with the equipment that Saren has. As you just saw,
to be here with much stronger equipment.
Yeah. As you saw, Watcher Knights did a little funky thing called a back roll. that was not the case for a very, very long time, and that was fixed with one of the 5.1.5 patches.
Yeah, I believe it only it didn't. It was meant to be in the game the entire time, but for some reason between exactly 1221 and version 1.5.68, which is the first 1.5 version, it just isn't in the game, and they just forgot to add it back for like 3 years. A little sketchy. One thing you can like utilize in this fight to make a little bit of space is that the Watcher Knights will not attack you unless, generally, unless they are on screen.
Yeah.
So you can use that to your advantage a little bit to get some safety heals in, though it can still be a little bit scary. And sometimes the Watcher Knights can do actions where you're like, were they really on screen right now, or is the game lying to me?
Yeah. Especially with like 1221, the Watcher Knights would 100% attack you off screen.
Oh, nice triple to finish it off.
Very nice.
Never doubt it. Me sweating.
Yeah.
Not worried at all.
I don't know.
As we head
100%. Yeah. 100% perfect fight.
It is slightly faster here to just ignore the elevator and climb up yourself. And we are going to absorb Lurian Knight.
The Rayonite sounds like a mineral of some
It
description.
does. I was just thinking that. only found in the depths of Hollow Nest. This is what Mila's looking for.
I do hope Mila can find the Lurianite someday.
Someday.
That's our first streamer.
Mm-hmm. 1 of 3. Before we do go to that next streamer, though, we have a little bit of a detour.
Let me not forget to get the chest, because I have forgotten before, and it was not fun.
We're going to make a little bit of a detour, because the next streamer that we're going to be going towards, we cannot get to with the current gear that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Because it requires either skip, which are quite slow in the context of any percent. We either need that, Isma's Tear, or Crystal Heart, which is our super dash.
Yes, and the fastest of those is actually Isma's Tear, but with this routing, we are going to be getting Crystal Heart instead, because that is the most sensible decision, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah. In order to get Isma's Tear, it requires several incredibly difficult skips.
Hi, Lem.
Hello.
Let's see if I can do rafters. If not, we get to ride an elevator.
Mm-hmm. If we can get that this time. Good vibes.
Good vibe.
Nice. Event. The event buff.
Oh no.
Oh,
Let me not die.
play safe though. Yeah.
No, leave me alone. Okay, fine. I'll go
Some
around.
absurd range on that slash, actually.
Yeah.
Almost backstepped into you.
But those enemies are so mean.
Nice. Yeah, if you pick that up, they just slash over you from below, which is very helpful in a situation like this.
They wanted to give the knight a haircut, except the knight doesn't seem to have any hair.
Yeah, they do not have any hair. So I don't know what they were doing. Maybe giving them a little cape trim.
Sure. Yeah, Lem has a special interest in relics and is willing to give you geo for them.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna get 1,100 here, which will bring our total up to 2,339, which is plenty enough to last us the rest of the run.
Now we're heading.
I see someone in chat mentioning a horn cut. I don't know I don't know how that works, or whether that would be painful.
No.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Yeah, unfortunate.
okay.
Sometimes the Grey Husk sentries can just push you in unexpected directions.
Yeah, the Great Husk Sentry hitbox is something. It's a sight to behold. It is one of 3 enemies that have a hitbox that just will push you into the floor, which is very fun in glitched runs where with no clip and because you can just you can just get shoved into the floor and go downwards forever.
Mm-hmm. Are the other
yeah,
two
that was so fun.
are the other two stalking devouts and entombed husks?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. This is the only one that freely walks around.
At least our shade is like really close.
Mm-hmm. It is just along the way.
Just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Mm-hmm. You will see a couple things that have changed in the UI in the top left. For one, you'll see that we have 0 geo. Our shade has all of our geo, and if we take another death and have our shade come out again, that geo will be completely lost to time. No need to worry about that. And you also saw the soul meter become full again. Without our shade, that only fills up to 6 nail hits worth of soul instead of 9, which is 1 entire spell's worth or 1 entire heal's worth, which can be a little important depending.
And we're heading back to Dartmouth, where we're going to set our bench and use that. Oh yeah, we're going to get lantern to light our way into Crystal Peak.
Hi, Sly.
That's fine.
Oh, that is Sly. Oh wait, hi Sly.
Who do you think that was?
I don't know.
Like, I can't imagine that being anyone other than Sly.
Actually, Zelda took over shop.
Oh, yeah, I must have missed that.
Yeah, she got
Zelda pulled out Sly, you know.
Got bored of selling maps and started to dabble in commerce instead.
True.
Around those
Very nice.
vent flies.
Yeah, those furious French fries are super scary.
Now I'm hungry again. Talking about venge fries.
There was at one point in time where I accidentally said French fry instead of French fly, and it's just stuck ever since.
It's just stuck. Amazing. Into Crystal Peak. Very, very movement-based area, especially in speedruns.
Yeah.
Where there's a few tips and tricks that make this area go slightly faster. Not much faster. Slightly faster. very cycle based as well. You'll see that coming up in rooms like this, where these crystal crawlers, I believe they're called,
Yeah.
will shoot lasers and move around on cycles, on very, very loose cycles, but they're cycles nonetheless. Need to be very careful of those, very mindful of those when you're going around and trying to get fast movement. I'm just gonna climb up here.
This is such a pretty area.
Yeah. I
It
love it so
really
much.
is. No one really talks about it. I really like how this area looks.
Yeah. So one really funny thing about these levers, in patches prior to current patch, these are the only levers in the game that function properly.
Mm-hmm.
In that you cannot lever skip at all
Yeah.
in Crystal Peak.
I'm gonna wait out some of these cycles. There are a few levers like that. I believe the ones in Mantis Village are coded that way as well.
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure though. Maybe.
I mean, if they weren't, you could just lever skip that claw,
Or
I believe. Oh no, maybe not. I don't know where that door is.
yeah.
And we pick up Crystal Heart, our super dash for this run. This will give us access to a couple new things, and most notably for any percent, it will give us access to Teachers Archives and Monomon.
Yeah, it's gonna give us access through an acid skip,
Mm-hmm.
which we're coming up to right now. This one,
Really?
this acid skip tends to be the acid skip a lot of runners learn first.
Mm-hmm. It is one of the easiest acid skips in the game. You just hold left and press the button at the right time. And it is also a very, very big time save, much more than something like Queen's Garden's acid skip, which
Yeah.
is notorious for its difficulty, even outside of Hollow Knight speedrunner circles. This one is much nicer.
Nice.
It's a lot more forgiving.
We are into Fog Canyon, where there's these Umas and Uomas. You will never remember that the Uomas are the small ones and the Umas are the big ones. Yeah, this game has Uomas, Umas, and Umu. And
Yeah. The
I get
Umas
them mixed up
on-
very
yeah.
often.
The Umas on when you kill them explode and have a little explosion that chases the knight, and if you get hit, they deal 2 damage.
2 damage.
They are so rude.
Nice. And down through archives with that super dash that we just picked up. Mizumu time.
Yeah. Umu is a very cycle-based boss. On the first phase, you'll see a minimum of 3 attacks. We got lucky with 2 short and the last one being a long attack.
See if we can't get any damage, taking some ourselves instead. I see in chat, oohs for Umu. I don't know if I support this, but
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't support that. Umu is Umu is very mean. We got an extra there.
an extra attack. Generally,
Yeah.
4 attacks up to 3 up to 4 on the first cycle, and then 2 up to 3 on the rest. It is completely RNG whether you get 1 extra attack. It is completely RNG whether you get the fast attack or the slow attack. Generally, that burst attack that you just saw is faster by a couple seconds.
Yeah. Umu is being so incredibly rude.
As usual, but it's okay.
No extra on this cycle, at least.
Oh,
Really want Vassal here. 7, 8. A little bit scary.
Yeah.
That's okay.
No,
That's why
platform.
we
And an extra.
Sarah's got this. Wow.
Umu really not being very cooperative.
Let me take a safety heal.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that safety heal.
Yeah. Umu saw all the good luck so far and just went, let me have my fun.
Good RNG in a marathon? Not on my watch.
What is it?
Very glad for that heal right now. Taking another.
Oh.
Okay, let's stabilize and let's kill the jellyfish.
Such a rude jelly.
Yeah, this fight can be catastrophic as soon as you start to panic, because if you see there is that acid down at the bottom that will take health from you even after you've already taken damage. So you need to be very careful not to fall in, because if Umu hits you and you start panicking, you can just take 2 damage, and 2 damage right now is a death sentence. Quite literally.
Yeah.
This guy stay calm and do that. Good double. Should be pretty close to done, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. Hopefully this round, yeah, hopefully this time it does it. There we go.
Nice.
Oh, let me not die.
Yeah. Everyone, I need you all to remember, once again, we are not supposed to be doing this with this equipment.
Yeah. We're meant to have much better equipment than what we do.
Yeah. More nail damage, more spell damage, more health, more soul, more charms. More everything, really. More experience is like the one thing we do not need.
So true. Chat saying acid dip for the RNG minute for the rest of the run. So true. Yeah, we're going to get really nice devout from here on out.
Surely all the spiders will let me poke with them now, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We go and absorb Monomon Knight. Head over to
after defeating Umu Knight.
We're gonna head over now into Deep Nest for our third and final Dreamer Knight. Dreamer Knight sounds like something out of Undertale. I don't know if I like it.
That's so true.
Been playing plenty of Deltarune recently.
Yippee.
Getting our way out of Teacher's Archives. Which is honestly an ordeal in and of itself. You have to deal with these Luma flies, all the enemies that are in this area. Some of them are very generous soul sources for us. Some of them can be a bit of a nuisance trying to get out of this mini area.
Oh, there you go. Ooh, we got a rating chat. Hello, Raiders.
Anyone just coming in, welcome to the Binary Breakers Breakout Summer Games. We have 4 runs. This is 2 of 4. We have plenty more coming up, so stick around.
So we're going to head into Deep Nest through this little fungal waste section here. There is another method of getting into Deep Nest, as mentioned earlier, through Queen's Garden's acid skip. So that skip is quite difficult, and preceding area of Queen's Gardens is also quite difficult. Yippee!
Scrub.
Yeah, need to go a bit further to the left. So basically need to go right to the edge of the
farther.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. I've seen a few people on their first playthroughs come in here and just be completely floored by surprise and fear.
Me, people.
This area?
Yeah, I'm also
area
people.
has a few bugs.
Yeah, this is just a few.
Yeah, if you are not very good with bugs or especially spiders, take a look away from your screen for a good 5 minutes.
So we are now in Deep Nest. Optimally, this loses only about 40 seconds compared to going through Queen's Gardens.
And for the ease it gives, it is plenty worth it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Funny how this game makes it so that you going into a place full of spiders and crawlers is actually more peaceful.
They're just taking it easy on you mechanically because it's more stress inducing mentally.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Take that safety
So-
heal.
As you guys can see, I don't like Deep Nest.
I don't think anyone really likes Deep Nest.
It is not quite a fan favorite. I will say.
Yeah.
I like it because it does what it sets out to do.
Yeah.
From a game
I like it for
design
that.
standpoint, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Alongside Waterways, it's definitely people's least favorite area.
Yeah. I like it because it does what it sets out to do. That does not mean that it's enjoyable.
Yeah.
Does not mean that it's particularly something that I enjoy going through.
Yeah.
Let me just take another quick heal.
Yeah. I enjoy the movement with like dash wings, and that's the extent I'm willing to say.
Yeah.
And I know we're in East 10. We're gonna take a nice relaxing nap on the bench.
Hey, why is the screen going black?
I don't know. I have this sinking feeling it might be a trap.
Oh,
I
that
don't
doesn't
know
sound good.
why. Oh, that's not good. What's going on?
Oh no.
Oh no, we've been caught. But little do they know we actually want to be here. Because this is where the third and final dreamer lies Terror. But unlike the previous two, very nice. There is no boss fight at the end. We just have a gauntlet of terrifying enemies in the Stalking Devouts, especially with the equipment that we have.
Mm-hmm. We'll have to be going into every single devout with as much soul as we can muster.
Yeah. So, Stalking
because-
Devouts, they deal 2 damage if they hit you.
They deal 2
And-
damage with it if they hit you. They have 100 health, and they have a shield mask that you cannot hit through with your nail until they open up.
Yeah.
I'm so it's okay.
Yeah. Oh, good. You have plenty of health to work with.
Yeah.
Go. Nice. Yeah.
There you go.
Very nice.
That is Beast then done. We are here to absorb our third and final dreamer, and that is Hera Knight.
And we are coming up towards the end of the run. Now we just have one final thing we have to do.
Have one final knight to defeat in this run.
The Hollow
Very
Knight.
shortly here.
Unfortunately, and as a shock to probably to everyone, we are not the Hollow Knight.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
No, I couldn't have possibly known that one.
We are not the
Such a
titular
shocker.
character? Wow.
Back down through through Beast Den and through Distant Village to the Stag. And this is what we needed all of our geo for. This is the final expense in this run. We need exactly exactly 250, excuse me.
15. Yeah.
Alice in chat says Hollow Knight has the Hollow Knight? I know.
Oh my gosh, that's groundbreaking.
I know, right? So the Hollow Knight, another incredibly difficult boss fight with the equipment we have. This is made more so the case because on current patch, the Hollow Knight was made faster. Also, the ground laser attack, whatever that called, I don't remember. Those beams of do 2 damage to you.
Mm-hmm. So in this run so far, how many knights have we had? We've had False Knight, we've had Vengefly Knight, Hornet Knight, we've had what else?
Grasmother Knight.
Grasmother Knight, the 3 Dreamer Knights, Watcher Knights, Umu Knight, and finally
We've had
the Hollow
we've
Knight.
had we've also had the Great Husk Sentry Knights.
Great Husk Sentry Knights. This fight, it is a 1v1 battle, and it's really fun once you get it down. What we want to be seeing is either the dashes or the triple slashes. What we do not want to be seeing is parries, because we do have to get the Hollow Knight out of the parry state before he can do any damage. whether it be wading through it or knocking them out of it.
Okay. Why are you to the left?
Again, those light pillars will do, infection pillars will do 2 hits of health, so you need to be very careful around them, especially at that low health range. And there's that parry. The spread attack, you can just go above and be completely fine, so you do want to stay close to be able to counter that. If you're a little far away, it can be much, much harder to dodge.
PH Gaming so rude with those parries.
Not the best patterns that you want to be seeing. A few scary patterns that have been coming through here. Ooh.
Very nice stagger there.
All right, going to phase 3. This attack, you only do 1 damage until they finish it, so it is time to gather soul and recoup.
What?
Oh, in a marathon.
Oh, no.
Hey!
In a marathon.
That's so rude. Wait,
And again,
wait.
and again. Okay, it's fine now. It's fine
fine.
now.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Hollow Knight will just do that, and you can't
Yeah.
really do much about it.
Yeah. Sometimes the Hollow Knight will just you know we'll think the ground is like a slip and slide.
Yeah, just decides that the arena is an ice rink.
So, as is custom, that has never happened before with me. Of course, it happens in a marathon.
Of course, it's the marathon luck. You gotta have you gotta have something in marathons, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And an instant scream. Why not?
Of course.
All right, time is coming up pretty shortly here. Once the screen blacks out. Jeez.
There you go.
I didn't expect that. GG. Coming up very shortly. Absorb the infection. Now let Saren call time.
Time is now.
GG.
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 And that is Hollow Knight any percent latest patch. We had some not so great RNG moments, we had some not so great boss fights, but overall, I did most of what I know to do, so I'm very happy with this. This was my very first marathon run, and like I said, I am so happy that I get to have my debut with the Binary Breakers. I love this community so much. Everybody here is so incredibly amazing, and I'm very happy that I got to be here today. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you to my lovely commentators. You guys carried today.
Thank you for having us on.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
And
All right, thank you so much for that excellent run, Saren. I was astounded when the knight did that slip and slide thing. Never seen that before.
Which night? There's like 10 of them.
Yeah,
right,
you need to
and
just-
the hungry knight. Wait, the hungry knight is me.
yeah.
Yeah.
that's also a thing.
All right, so we're going to be heading off into our intermission now. We've got 2 more excellent games coming up for everyone. Stay tuned for the rest of the summer games.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Breakout presented by the Breakers. I'm your host, Starwind, and I'm excited for tonight's showcase of the Summer Games. Now, you might be wondering, who are the Binary Breakers? Binary Breakers is a community dedicated to showcasing and supporting members of the competitive gaming scene who are between, outside, and beyond the gender binary. It's Pride Month, so, Let's get proud. And we acknowledge the fact that gender is complicated. So while this is not an exhaustive list of communities we serve, we want to take the time to expressly welcome folks from the speedrunning community who are non-binary, agender, third gender, two-spirit, trans non-binary, gender fluid, genderqueer, intersex, bigender, and polygender into our spaces. That's a lot. I'm in there somewhere. And we also wish to invite folks who do not fit neatly into any particular label around gender, as well as folks who just reject gender altogether, into our community. So welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in. You all all right. Hello, everyone. I do have one question before we get started. Are you attending SGDQ? If so, you can join us Tuesday, July 8th at 6 p.m. local time for our first ever Breakers meetup. This is a great opportunity to learn more about our community, get your badge ribbon, and mingle with other breakers. So stay tuned for more info. But wait, do you see that? That's a chance ball, and I think I'm about to bump it over to Hallow. Hallow, take it away.
Hello, hello, hello. It's good to be here. Are we live? All right. Hello. This is Beastie Ball. This is Spreko. They'll be sitting here helping me with the run. With me, I have three wonderful people who you may recognize if you watched my run at Fatales from being on the couch there, or you might just recognize them because, you know, they're cool people in the community. We have Happy by 3, Professor Birch, and the Valiant Son. Go ahead and introduce yourselves by name so that people know your voices.
Hello. I think you said my name first. I'm Happy by 3. I also run this game sometimes.
Professor Birch. I was here for a lot of the early days of routing, but kind of just am a BC Ball PvP connoisseur at this point.
And hello, I'm the Valiant Son. I put a lot of numbers in a spreadsheet and got an approximation of some damage calcs, and then need to go back and get more variables. Still.
We'll do it eventually.
One day.
One day.
12 years.
All right. So this is Beastie Ball. It is a wonderful little creature collector tactics grid volleyball sports anime RPG. Really fantastic game. It is in early access at the moment. They're about to have their first milestone update in a couple days, actually. I think it's coming out on the 12th. So still a work in progress game, so there may be some sprites that aren't finished or areas that don't have music yet. But the entire story is finished. There have been some routing changes over the past few months. because there are balance patches. As Birch mentioned, there's a lot of PvP in this game, and that means there are a lot of balance patches going into it so that the game can be as balanced as possible when it finally comes out. But as a result, my co-commentators here have not watched a run since Fatales, and so stuff has changed a lot. Are you all excited?
I'm nervous.
Woo!
You've made it sound like something I should be worried about.
Chance ball.
Hands ball.
There are some exciting new differences. My world record at that time was a 34-33, I believe. We since have pushed it down to low 33, and it could definitely go down to a 32 or even a 31. I got a 34 earlier today in warm-up, so maybe we'll PB here. Who knows? Anyway, enough yapping. I'm ready to
Remember
go.
when we all lost our minds because it was sub-hour?
I knew it was going to be sub-hour, let's be real. But yeah, sub 40 was pretty crazy, and now it's like we're in the low 30s. It's wild. Anyway, let's get going, shall we? You all down to take the basic explanation of the game while I go through the early game?
Sure.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right. Let's get to it. Starting immediately when I click this finish button in 3, 2, 1, go.
Now this is Beastie Ball. This is Beastie Ball. You know Pokemon? It's that. We picked a starter. But it's not that. It's volleyball on a 2x2 tactics grid. So the first thing the game introduces us to in the tutorial is, hey, if you only have one starter, you immediately lose. So then it also gives us a Spreco. So we get 2 starters, one that we choose, and then no matter who you choose, you get a Spreco. So we were just getting through that as quickly as possible, skipping all of the tutorialization and such, and then sprinting out of town to get started on the run itself. I was about to start talking more about like the 2x2 grid and what actions you have, but Birch is the most PvP brained here, so it feels like Birch should talk about that.
Okay, so essentially, the 2x2 tactics grid attacks can either go into either lane or either sort of column, depending on how you're looking at the tactic grid. If you hit it into a free square, you get the point automatically without having to knock out one of the opponent's beasties.
Oh no.
I have lost minutes of my life jumping into that river in that exact way. It looks like you're lined up and you're not.
All right, Guardian skip here. Nice, got it.
Let's go. I like when you get that one northward like that and it disappears into the wall.
Yeah, and you're sending the beetles to space.
They're sending the beetles to space.
Ooh, and so now we are going to lose.
A lot.
This game quite a few times. This game has a mechanic set up where you get extra XP from like story battles, and the intent for the casual experience is that you won't spend a ton of time being stuck on a story progression fight, because if you go in and you lose, you get an increased amount of XP, which will help you get there rather than having to go grind like classic JRPG grinding. We take advantage of this in the speedrun because you also get XP based on the level of the thing that knocked you out. So if we go into a fight where the other person is way stronger than us and it's also a story fight, we get dramatically increased XP compared to normal grinding. And it's really fast because we can go into it with this Kitschik at 0 health. The enemy AI will always attack the 0 health beastie for the quick point, so it's really, really fast. And there's shared XP, so both Kitschik and Spreco level up every time Kitschik gets KO'd. So it
I will have a lot more to say on experience and kind of outdate a lot of what Happy just said in a bit.
Yeah, have we learned new things?
We have learned plenty of new things.
Mortifying.
To briefly explain why we're losing here, we are about to go through Quartz Canyon here. Jack, our rival here, self-proclaimed, is a bit of a roadblock. We can't get to the rest of the game without fighting them, and this is the fastest place to fight them and get to Geo City, which is a very central area. But we need to lose this fight 5 times in order for Kitchuk to metamorph into Ostracei right here. And that means they get a full heal, which means we can now win this fight. I have a bit of a flowchart to follow, so I'm going to focus for a moment.
That's the other great thing about grinding by losing is when beasties metamorph, they get all their health back. So we don't have to like have items to heal them. We don't have to waste time running back to the tent to rest. We can just go straight into the battle again. And then, like Hello mentioned, there's a flowchart for a lot of these fights.
We should be fine.
The enemy AI is not 100% prescriptive, but it's pretty dang close. Enough so that we can flowchart out most of the fights with just a couple points where it's like, okay, if it does this, then follow this side. If it does this, follow this other side. But there are some fights.
I'm just going to forfeit and restart that, actually. And hopefully I'm not soft locked. Unfortunately, I'm soft locked. So we're going to restart all that from the beginning, which is nice and lovely. As you can see, I cannot exit this. They are hopefully patching this soon.
What's our estimate?
I did not set up a safety save, which was not my brightest idea.
To be fair, I don't think any of us would have put the safety save after Jack 1 anyway.
We were also
if I had any smarts, I would have made one there, but unfortunately I didn't. So let me just reopen the game real quick. You're gonna see me switch around some OBS scenes briefly. There we go. And we're gonna start over. Should we restart the timer, perhaps?
And can you reshare in Discord so we can all?
And can I reshare in Discord? Yes, I absolutely can, and I am not going to move Spreko to the side too soon this time. I needed to block there, and I sort of got a turn ahead in my flowchart, unfortunately.
The good news is,
cool.
Like Hello mentioned, we'll probably still be fine for a 45-minute estimate, even with a 5-minute reset. Like,
it should be a 40-minute estimate, if anything. You could probably turn it down to 35 and have it be pretty accurate. Anyway, let's do that again. The nice thing about having to reset is now we've had a whole bunch of time to explain things. And so you've heard all that already, and we don't need to say any of that again. Let's go. Starting in 3, 2.
I don't know that I agree.
1. Go.
Cool. So this is Beastie Ball. You know Pokemon? This is that.
Pokemon Tactics Grid.
Except it's not Pokemon. It's on a 2x2 tactics grid, and also it's volleyball.
To further explain the tactics grid,
actually,
there's a front row and a back row and a left lane and a right lane, or top lane and bottom lane in the view I choose to have of the battle. If you hit an empty lane, you score a point. If you wipe an opposing beastie, you also score a point. That match is designed to teach us that we in fact need 2 beasties.
Hey, I said that thing already. Come on.
I said that thing.
I just accidentally clicked off my game window. I don't play this in full screen because otherwise it would be 16:10, which is a little awkward. But anyway,
Mac problems.
So
we've had a really fun ongoing experience with Hallow running this game, where we just discover that there are oddities in the Mac port that do not exist in the Windows port.
Yep.
Does the door thing still happen?
It certainly does, and Greg has no idea how to fix it or why it happens.
Hooray! I'm so glad chat's gonna get to see the doors into the Minecraft Nether.
Chat's gonna think that's normal. There are people in chat who have never seen this game before, and they're gonna think that's normal. And what
Greg
doors
just loves doors.
Anyway.
Also, despite getting that twice, that Guardian skip is not as easy as Hallow made it look. It's a pretty tight jump on that
one. There's a setup for it now.
There's a new setup? All right. It used to suck.
Yeah.
It still kind of sucks, but if you set up sort of like flush with the boulder that you run past, you can actually just tap up slightly and get it pretty much every time, which is super nice.
That is nice.
As I said, lots of new discoveries. We've been pushing the category a lot while these 3 have been away.
Yeah. That's my favorite way to deal with video games, is disappear because I'm busy with something else. And then when I get back, Hallow has made the run way better and easier for me.
Something like that. There has been, of course, a lot of help from other people in the community. I do need to shout out Misty Palms, who is currently actually the world record holder for this game. They have done a whole lot of work on pushing me and convincing me that different strategies are good, actually, and we don't need to stick to the same things we've been doing forever. I also need to shout out Oddnomaly, who has repeatedly thrown his head against a whole bunch of walls everywhere in service of finding skips and stuff, a couple of which we will be using in this run. Anyway, almost to 15 here.
Odd is by a pretty wide margin the best in the community at jumping in the same place for 5 hours until suddenly you're on a rock you're not supposed to be on. And I don't have the patience to do that, but I'm so glad somebody does, because it's really, really valuable for any speedrunning community to have someone who does that.
Yep.
Just like I think it's also important for speedrunning communities to have people who make memes.
Yeah, that's what I do. What I do is make the original really, really bad route for the game and then go, okay, everyone, I'm going to disappear for 6 months. Make this better.
All right, so we're not going to mess it up this time. What we're doing here is we're moving Spreko to the front so they can potentially block on defense if we get this pattern, which we do. This pattern is the most common, but it is also unfortunately slower. Well, I could have used Careful Shot, apparently. But either way, Spreko's going to block here, and Ostracize is going to survive on 1 HP.
Thanks, blocking.
Where we are going to leave them, so we can lose fights more easily in a second. People in the call with me won't know this new route because there was actually a slight nerf to Ostracize trait recently, which means they deal slightly less damage on low health than they did before. It's an additive boost rather than a multiplicative, meaning we need to actually take 2 turns to take out Sabretooth there, but we do win the fight.
Yeah, I was wondering, I thought that kill happened easier before, but...
It certainly did happen easier before, but yeah, that flowchart has changed. Apparently Quack was trying to do it a couple days ago. Shout out Quacksilver. We're going to lose this fight. The reason why we need to leave ourselves on 1 HP is because this Servant doesn't have a move that it can use from the back lane. It can only use things from the front lane, and so we need to be on 1 HP so it can knock us out with Free Ball. Free Ball is a move you always have access to. It just deals exactly 1 damage.
I love that too, because that Servant was infuriating before, because it's one of the Guardians that there's no way to get past it.
It is, I think, the only Guardian there's no way to get past.
Yeah? Yeah. So, we were stuck fighting it no matter what. So, just make the fight benefit us. That's super smart. I love that.
Yep. That little bit of experience we get from that will be helpful in getting us to a higher level quicker in the grind, which is going to come up shortly. Jump on a fence here to skip that Guardian. I nearly messed it up. We're just going to be grabbing a whole bunch of warp points real quick. That's Domain Park.
Yeah, this game has that cool thing where you don't have to go to a specific warp point, except for tents. You don't have to actually physically go to a lot of the warp points to be able to use them. You just need to enter the screen. So this little section, we kind of go into Domain Park, and then we go over into whatever the place with the gym right there is called that I can't remember.
There are lots of beasties on the screen. I ran into one. I'm so sorry. Can I get race skip? Oh, I was so close.
That one's really hard. I also really like that the 2 beasties there are named Ray and Skip.
Oh yeah, true. The other one is Skip. Also,
it is literally Ray Skip.
Wait,
if we were smart, we would call it Ray Skip.
Okay, we just got it. That's never happened before. That ball I threw actually hit the lever there while I was in that match with a wild beastie. Also, that was a bad spawn. Oh man.
Apparently that can happen.
Apparently that can happen.
We were talking about valuable people to have in your speedrun community, and we forgot to mention someone who's willing to just do math.
And that's Jess.
Thank you, Jess.
Thank God for Jess.
Yeah, like as we've kind of mentioned a couple of times, we do have like these flowcharts and things, and that is because a lot of the behavior of the NPCs aren't always exactly the same. There will be somebody who we fight who's going to have like a slightly different AI behavior than some of the other AI that we will face, but a lot of the sort of like idea is that beasties or like your opponents and the wild beasties are going to go for usually the kill, or like some will prioritize an open lane, so you can kind of know what the AI is going to do, and that's why we're able to like flow chart everything in the way that we are, is because we can kind of figure out what the like NPCs trying to do, and then know also like you can hover over and see exactly the amount of damage that they're going to do and you're going to do, and be able to kind of estimate what the computer is going to do, which is really nice, as opposed to like Pokemon, where it's like, oh well, we're gonna maybe get like some random roll and maybe this will help and we need to re-roll for IVs and things. In this route, we're able to kind of just take our starter Pokemon or beasties that are always going to have like the same exact stats, and so we know like what is going to happen in a more prescriptive way.
All right, here's the grind. We just gathered a whole bunch of items and work points, the last of which was a super athletic spray, which is going to 1.5 our experience game for 5 minutes of overworld time. This does not count time spent in matches, so we're going to lose a bunch of times. The first few are going to be to Jack. Jack we ran into earlier. Obviously, you'll recognize the music.
Wait,
we're
not
gonna
all
lose...
of them are to Jack?
As I said, Happy, I'm going to have a lot to talk about. You gain... So, the property that makes losing to Jack fast is Jack's experience that they give you does not diminish across multiple fights with them. Most non-story battles, such as Guardians, will have diminishing experience as you play more points against them. Jack doesn't. So it's fairly efficient to lose a bunch to Jack for a while. We're gonna go to level 27 here. Your experience peaks when you're right about the same level as the opponent. So it's slowly tapering off as we get higher and higher than level 21. We're gonna learn a bunch of moves here that we don't need. And then we're gonna do a fun little skip in a sec and go lose to a bunch of Guardians on the way to 1,000 views. Got just, I think, yep, this one and then one more loss. We're gonna hit level 26 here, and then after this one, we're gonna hit level 27. We need to, at some point, get Ostracide here up to level 36 so they can metamorph into their final form, Castlete. And we're going to do that by losing to a bunch of Guardians that are much higher level than us. The experience we would get from them would not be very good. Sorry, just focusing. Would not be very good if we were not near their level. Sorry for the camera jittering, that just happens sometimes. But either way, now that we're closer to their level, it's more efficient to come and lose to these Guardians a bunch of time. We're going to get like 1,600, 1,700, all the way up to, I think, about 2,000. Oh, that's a skip, by the way.
Hooray!
What?
First try. Yeah, that's early 1,000 views. So we can actually just go on to 1,000 views without ever beating that second Jack fight.
That's cool.
That's...
You know, the reason I'm mad about that is because when you do it, it's so obvious. We have a different trash can skip that looks almost identical. Like,
well, the other one doesn't require us jumping on a tree.
Jump up there. Well, true. But it just feels like you look at that and you'd think your brain would be like, ooh, I should jump around here and see if it's possible. But I just don't have that brain. So thank God Anomaly does.
Yes, exactly. Odds is truly an asset to this speedrunning community. Anyway, whole bunch of overworld movement here in between losing. We're going to be throwing some balls at targets to rotate some gates. Oh yeah, here's the other trash can skip that Happy just mentioned. This one's real easy. Just meaning we got to skip that whole thing.
That is a very long section of hitting one of these levers to lift and lower gates.
Yep. The other reason why losing to Guardians is so much faster is because we can actually give them serve, which makes the fight a lot faster because we don't have to go through a whole sequence of us serving. And it is faster to just wait there and let them have serve because, again, we would need to serve, the AI would need to think for a bit, and they need to volley it probably twice before sending it back at us.
And
so
then,
it
God
takes
forbid,
all in all,
they have... Man, it's been a second. What's the little gemstone dragonfly boy?
Collidarn.
Clydarn.
Yes, God forbid they have a Collidarn, and then the AI takes like 3 to 5 business days to decide it wants to volley.
Damn, Happy. Do you run this game?
What's worth noting is they do actually remove that from the speedrun timer up in the top left. AI thinking time is removed from that, which is super nice for just like the devs actually implemented that specifically because one of our runners, Zonkmaster, was running into like significant slowdowns on a less powerful machine. And now that time is just eliminated from runs because it's inconsistent between machines. Anyway, we're level 34. We have one more fight to lose. That one's going to be against Dominic, who is going to be the only ranked coach we beat in this run.
Does that still work? At this point, I'm afraid to explain a mechanic because you're going to be like, actually, we found out that's wrong.
That one still works.
That's still the same reason? Great. Okay, so we fight Dominic because in this game, there, in lieu of gym leaders, as you may be familiar with, there are ranked coaches. Oh, that's
There's
a door.
the door.
There's also the Sports King. That's fine. A lot just happened there. Here comes the door.
Here comes the
Door King.
So the ranked coaches, this is technically an open world in the sense that you don't very explicitly like have to fight Brock first TM, right? Like it's not super strict with the order of coaches, but there is kind of an order of like these ones are easiest, these ones are middle, and these ones are hard, and that is marked on your map. Dominic is really hard. Dominic is very much intended to be a late game coach.
Yep. Ranked coaches have some scaling depending on what order you do them in. Dominic has very minimal scaling. You'll see his beasties here are level 50, level 51, level 53. They scale up to a maximum of like 56.
Yeah, like they're pretty much always going to be
anyway
pretty tough. So instead of doing what the game sort of suggests we do, which is go around and beat multiple ranked coaches until we reach rank 100, which allows us to enter into the Crown Series, we just go and fight the strongest gym leader first, and by beating him, they're like, well, I guess you belong in the top 100 already, and we can just skip the whole grind.
Anyway, we're going to a gym here to buff up Castle Elite's stats a whole bunch.
An actual gym.
I am not using those because we have partners, so we're not using the exercise videos yet, and we're actually going to go get a whole bunch more right now by absolutely demolishing these high schoolers.
I'm so glad we added the high schoolers to the run. Yeah, this actually...
They will give us 3 exercise videos. Exercise videos are very useful items. They also give us some money, which is nice and needed.
This may be the thing that gets me back into grinding this game again, because going and beating up on the annoying anime high schoolers is so funny to me. These were my favorite NPCs in the base game because they have the whole like, they're like, you can't beat us, we have the power of friendship, and then you body them and they're like,
I'm just now realizing that I don't think I ever interacted with these NPCs in my playthroughs.
God, really?
I know I never interacted.
He's like,
I picked up so much trash
for what you did to my friends.
Hit the wrong side. We're fine. No, we're not. I always forget how this works. I literally did this in warm-up earlier, and then I forgot again.
Restarting the run.
So we're actually going to need to forfeit and head right back up to that zip station real quick to heal.
Like 10 seconds away.
Less than, but it's annoying because I need to actually do this fight again and not click launch into that Grub Iron who has good body defense. Oh yeah, I suppose I should explain attacking types. There are 3 attacking types in this game. Body, Spirit, and Mind. Each beastie has an attack and defense stat, or sorry, power and defense stat for all of those. We are going to do Iligus first. So just getting into a sort of main story quest here, there are two things we need to do in order to enter the Crown series, which is the end of the game. One of them is get a platinum sponsor, which is what this quest is about. We're going to be going and quieting down some rowdy beasties, such as this Iligus here, in order to do some research on the mushroom colonies that seem to have a lot of links to beasties. We are doing Iligus first, as Iligus is the metamorph of Spreko we are going to go for this run. It has an ability or a trait called Trapper, which is going to set up some field hazards on the opponent's side of the field every turn and basically make it a whole lot easier for us to get some one-shots later in the run.
Yeah, that's a cool mechanic of Spreko. Spreko's obviously the little dude that they give you at the beginning when they're like, you need more than one beastie, so here's this in addition to your starter. But then later in the game, they actually do let you choose a second starter out of 3, because throughout the story, we find out that Surgus can evolve into 3 different things, which is super cool. And last time I checked, at least, each of the different starter runs used a different form of Surgus metamorph, which I think is super cool.
Metamorph, but yeah. We aren't sure on Build It, because Build It's kind of in a bit of a purgatory at the moment where it doesn't have a proper route. But either way, this is Bongus.
I love Bongus.
Bongus is the best creature ever.
Bongus.
Besides maybe Trat. Anyway, that's the second of 2 colonies. We're now going to head down here and buy a boat. And do a tricky little guardian skip here.
We did find a skip that we don't use anymore on those guardian fights, the Spreko metamorph fights, rowdy beasties. That's the word I'm looking.
Yes.
For. On those rowdy fights, it is possible to like position yourself such that if you forfeit and then mash, you will select and interact with the mushrooms without actually having to do the fight. So there is a way to skip the fights. That is really hard, and first round that is cracked. You can skip these fights with that, but we're strong enough at this point that it's faster to just bop them and we get stuff from it. Like,
yeah, we get experience, we get some money, which we don't really need much of, but it's nice to have it. And once we're in a fight, and if we can 2-round it, it just makes sense to get experience. Anyway, we don't quite get to. This is the downside of doing Surgus first. I always forget, because there's all ranked coaches where we can in fact 2-shot Surgus here, and then if you don't do Surgus first, they actually scale a bit. So you'll see that fight was a little bit slower, annoyingly. But anyway, now we're all set to take on Dominic.
Bob the Drag Queen song is Surgus first.
Very good. Anyway, we now use we are about to go fight Dominic. We used all of our exercise videos there to bring Castlete up to level 43. And that's going to make this fight a lot more consistent with what Dominic does. I have a flowchart to follow, so this is focus time. We'll use our partner's volley here. First time you see a combo move. Beasties have relationship types. I move Castlete over here. Beasties have relationship types. There are several of them. In this one, we get either partners or rivals. Rivals is faster, but it's fine. Here we move Iligus to the side as they're going to take a rocket. Going to refresh and lay trap. Traps again, allowing us to get this KO on Ali if we couldn't already, which I think we could. Yep. After Ali, launch into Ali, and it's going to be Ruth again. Iligus decide to lose the point. because the AI likes to attack Iligus on this particular situation. Shield Castle. Ruth is on 50, so we are going to have to lose another point, unfortunately, but it's fine. Ruth moves to the front there and takes a bunch of damage. We're now going to move Iligus to the side again. Hopefully this works.
Dominic's a really tough fight, but luckily he's not completely ruthless because he does have one Ruth.
It's true. That was very good, by the way. So now Ruth is actually on low enough HP that we get a free careful shot into the front row here. It's a sideways move. First time you're seeing us use one of those. But we basically get a free point there because we know the AI is going to switch out. Anyway. Bo's back in now. We're going to shield Castle Lead. I haven't explained the move shield yet. It is our best friend and our worst enemy in this game. Basically what it does is means you are tough. You take a quarter the amount of damage and you can't be knocked out if you were on more than 1 stamina. Anyway, that's Dominic. So now we're rank 100.
If you are familiar with Pokemon, it's like a more interesting, nuanced version of Protect.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Anyway, there's our Platinum sponsor. We delayed it until now just to make sure that our Athletic spray didn't run out. And anyway, now we're all set and ready to go enter the Crown Series, but we have some friends to talk to first. But before we're going to do that, we're going to get some phone calls from them saying they want to talk while we go grab a warp point, as per usual. So, we're going to first go talk to Reese. We got a full heal after the Dominic fight. Whenever you exit a ranked coach fight, you get a full heal, which is super nice. Anyway. This is Reese. His first couple beasties won't go down in 1 hit anymore, but the 2 in the back will still. So we're just gonna, unfortunately, beat down his team a little bit. He is by nature a beastie researcher, but he is trying to get into coaching to understand beasties more. There's a whole bunch of awesome world building about why beasties ball.
No, Jeremy!
No, Jeremy, sorry. You're trying to say something. Go on.
No, you're great. This is one of my favorite fights that we do in the speedrun because I really love when the speedrun makes parts of the story way less serious. Because, like, he's having this whole, like, existential crisis, and he's like, I really need to talk to you about something. And then, like, there's this whole story about how he wants to learn to, like, coach better, and it's, like, really important to him, and blah, 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 and then we just body his ass. Like, we
body him and we skip all the cutscenes.
And we skip all the cutscenes.
Anyway, using partners there for a free knockout on Sabretooth there, we're going to, I think, just win this fight here, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's go.
Do I one-shot? No, I don't. Okay. Right, it's gonna be one more turn, which is fine.
Because we have shield.
Because we have shield. Anyway.
Shield is with me. Who can be against me, really?
Friendship ended
there
with
we go.
shield.
Okay.
Shield best friend now. All right, 1 second. I have to tab over to a meme generator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Changing up Iligus's moves here because we're gonna need some different ones for the next fight. Make sure I heal and I get stuck in the zip station again because that just happens sometime.
Here's the most egregious door.
Here's the most egregious door. Yeah. Oh, I didn't go far enough in. I always forget that I need to actually trigger that cutscene.
You have to actually trigger God.
I have to trigger God.
We go through the door to hell and now we fight God. You know, RPG things.
Yeah.
RPG things.
All right, so this is Sloom. We need shield for here for Iligus because otherwise they will just die. It is worth noting, you can have a team of up to 5 beasties in this game. You will note that we are at 2 and have not in fact recruited another one. That makes this fight very hard. But we are going to make it work. Again, shield means that we can reduce a whole bunch of damage that Iligus would otherwise take. We'll also, on a later point, be actually moving Castle Elite in front of Iligus to take a hit for them. We're moving them in front here just because Castle is going to take a hit. And we want to lose a point because we can lose 3 and Shloom can lose 1, so we only need to win 1, which is very nice. Traps don't do anything here, obviously, because there is no beastie in the back for Shloom to switch out into. Anyway, I need to check calcs here. Okay, Iligus will go down, so we're moving Castle over to take that hit for them. And you'll see why we switched to Breaker here. It's actually going to lower Castle's body, or lower Shloom's body defense, so Castle can hit just a little bit harder on this turn. Shields here.
Actually, because this is the Binary Breakers Summer Showcase.
You're so right. I'm so sorry I lied. Anyway, that's God.
GG defeating God.
Yep, we beat God at sports. Anyway, now we can go enter the Crown Series. Funny how quick that is. I'm going to switch Iligus' moves now before I forget. We go back right back into Lay Trap and Careful Shot. It's a bit annoying we have to change them for one fight, but you know, we have to. I mean, it's the fastest way to beat the game. By
right, Rich, it's in Beastie Ball Memes channel for you.
Yes. I will need to see this later. Anyway, now in all of 27 minutes, we are entering the Crown Series.
What?
New thing that you all haven't seen before. Kaz is kinda supposed to be the first ranked coach you fight, quote unquote. This is an open world game, nothing matters. If you haven't ever met him before, he shows up here with a team of level 17 beasties, and we get to beat him up.
It's Brock.
I love Kaz.
It's Brock if you did it in reverse boss order. Anyway, next up's Elena. Elena has some annoying moves and a little bit of a flowchart to her. I skipped through the text where she calls us a speedrunner.
Oh yeah, what's the time? What's the time barrier for that?
Oh, it's like an hour.
It's like it's very forgiving.
It's not even a time barrier. It's literally just have you not beaten X number of ranked coaches.
Oh, that's what triggers it.
Yep. Anyway, traps are nice and helpful there.
Elena also, just FYI, like, is essentially in-universe Twitch streamer, and the first time you ever face her, she does ask her chat who she should attack, so you can basically screen peek her Twitch chat to strategize for the game, and I think it's beautiful.
What?
Hey, what happened?
Hey, wait.
I just lost the file.
What?
I quit out instead of just forfeiting, and I lost the file.
Oh.
No.
Do you have a file sitting near Crown Series?
Do I have a file sitting near Crown Series? I doubt it. I cleaned out my files pretty recently. What happened there, which I was about to explain before I realized what I had done, was I actually bought protein bars instead of electrolytes. Protein bars cannot heal a wiped beastie. You can see why this might be an issue after Castle 8 just got wiped. So either way, I now unfortunately just lost that file because I turn autosaves off habitually. And we continue the 100% streak of having marathon showcases of this game be extremely scuffed. What should I do here? Should I go like beat post-game Valerie instead?
I was gonna say maybe we should just do like a late game fight on another file to at least show that off.
Yeah, let's do some post-game fights.
Or maybe like a round of tower.
Gosh, I did not plan for this because I have never made that mistake before of buying protein bars instead of electrolytes. I was wondering why I could purchase so many. Anyway.
You're like, damn, that's a lot.
Yeah. Let's take this file I was playing on, I think, earlier today, and let's just go beat a post-game fight to make up for that. This was
Also,
a file
did
earlier.
I see that you had a rare morph on one of your like build it practice files?
I don't think so. It was just like a particularly fancy Brosliden.
Oh, okay. I thought blue was
Anyway, sorry to everyone who might have been here from the Wishes server who was expecting us to beat the Crown Series. That didn't happen. We'll
If you want to beat the Crown Series,
Play the game.
play this game.
If you want to beat the Crown Series, play this game.
I guess
we're
you gotta
going to
keep
talk
it and
to
do it
Valerie
yourself.
here.
Sorry.
This is a post-game fight. Let's win this. I have this routed out from earlier, and hopefully it should work. We got to hear fantastic moves, like music track at least.
Valerie is like the final fight in the main game.
Sort of.
She is the reigning champion.
All right, I have Vigor Beam on. Vigor Beam's a nice move, which you would have seen us use later in the run. It deals more damage if our HP is higher. I don't have this routed for having Vigor Beam, actually. I think we should one-shot almost anything here. Is Nice Shot gonna knock us out? No. Is Rocket going to? No. Okay, cool. We're blocking.
But yeah, I guess like as Hollow's doing this, like you can't actually see like when you hover over, you can see how much damage it's going to do to each beastie depending on if it's the front row or the back row or those two different numbers. You can also see that they're able to like hover over the attacking beasties to see how much damage they're going to do depending on if you're in the front row or the back row. All of which like allows you again to like kind of deterministically figure out how to do the fights. And that's how we're able to do the flowchart so easily as well.
Yep, I should knock out here because I have so many traps up. Okay, cool.
And to show a small bit of how much game knowledge Hallow has, those last two turns when Hallow didn't attack the beastie with 9 health, it's because Hallow knows the AI is gonna shield that first time and then gonna switch it out.
Since we have some extra time, let's go do another post-game fight. We're gonna go up the Alps.
Yay!
Improvise.
We're gonna play Celeste.
We're gonna play Celeste.
Happy Pride, everybody! We're gonna climb a mountain while Lena Rain soundtrack plays.
Yes.
To fight our.
Man, I'm so mad at myself for buying the. Can you all drop the ball? These all are getting in the way. But we're gonna do some more fun overworld movement. Have I mentioned yet how just like genuinely awesome the movement in this game is? It feels a little weird when you're first getting used to it, but like we're just charging around with Sonic legs.
Yeah.
Rolling around at the speed of sound.
Wabounce is honestly so adorable.
It is one of the creatures of all time.
And then it evolves into Satan itself.
Yeah, it's a clown spider. Two things people are notorious for liking.
People love both clowns and spiders.
Have you considered that Greg might be watching?
Greg,
did you just insult Goofster?
And I love everything you've ever done. And I'm still not genuinely convinced that you like Goofster. I'm still convinced that Greg is trolling us by claiming to love Goofster.
He helped design Goofster.
Yeah.
In the chat,
so
he helped design Goofster in the way that people from Chicago love Malort. Like, we love it because we're trolling other people with it.
All right, I don't actually know.
This is when I need to speak up and say Malort is not that bad.
What is Malort?
My wife unironically likes it. Birch, we can introduce you at GDQ.
Birch, the answer is no, actually.
No, I do not consent.
All right, I'm not sure we're gonna actually win this, unfortunately, because I forgot that I actually need to like be able to win this fight. Which I'm not sure I can do after. Like, I will knock out Umbra here.
Oh, you're like, I'm certain that I can win the mountain, but I cannot get to
No, I don't know if I can win this. These beasties all have an ability called Intangible, which means they don't take damage from body type attacks, which is what Castlade, of course, uses. They also have Dreadful messed up, which means I can't shield here, and I'm probably going to lose. Am I going to lose? I'm not going to lose.
Love when that happens.
I'm probably still going to lose. I am 1 damage short of winning. That is so unfortunate. Yeah, so no second endgame fight, unfortunately. I'm still very mad at myself for oh, hold on. No, we lose here. Anyway. I hope that if anything, this shows you... Oh, Ilias is injured. Fun. That doesn't happen before you beat the game if it's been like 90 minutes into a save file. This game has so much depth, and I hope that if anything, like me going up into an area of the map you haven't seen before in the rest of the run helps show that. There is just so much map that isn't shown here. There's a whole area over here. There's a whole area down here, which we barely explore at all. There are so many awesome characters, like awesome beastie designs, which you don't even get to see because we're just going so fast. Play this game. Wait until early access ends if you want to. It's probably going to be a year or so. If I'd have to guess, maybe 2 years. They're going to take as long as they need to take. But this game is really, truly fantastic.
And even though it is an EA, like as Hollow said earlier, the whole game is like finished in terms of like actually being able to like play the game, so you can still get a lot out of the early access.
Yeah, there are just a few areas which still have some stuff to be built, and obviously some balance changes. Either way, you all have some shoutouts?
Play this game.
Yeah, I think everyone I would shout out is in this chat right now. So shout outs to y'all.
Shout outs to Multithon.
Shoutouts to Multithon.
Shout out Multithon.
Shoutouts Multithon. We need to get starter race ready for that next time.
Oh yeah, we should probably work on that.
Boy.
Yeah,
Don't
something
worry.
fun about this game
Information's coming
is Kitchik any percent. The world record is currently at about 33 minutes. The Axolotl any percent world record is like 37, but we have a route that I have gotten to the last fight that matters in the run and lost there on 33 pace. Build It is currently kind of floundering at the moment, but we're working on it.
7 to build it.
Yeah, so again, huge shoutouts to the entire Beastie Ball speedrunning community. Huge shoutouts to also just the Wishes Unlimited community and all of the Beastie Ball players there who I've been hanging out with a whole lot lately. Just a absolutely wonderful group of people. So glad to have met them all. Shoutouts to the Binary Breakers for putting this show on. Yeah, I think that's all I have. You can follow me on Twitch at Hallow. No fancy stuff, it's just Hallow. And yeah, that's Beastie Ball.
Now that's Beastie Ball.
Here comes the...
Here comes the...
Yep.
Here comes the...
Thank you, Happy.
Yeah, happy to help.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha. We are going to go to a quick break while we get set up for the next run, which is Kitsune Tales by Debonair.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Breakout Summer Games. It's been a wonderful night filled with runs. We just saw a chaotic but wonderful BC Ball run. I'm personally kind of happy about that because I wanted to play the game, so I feel like I missed some spoilers that way. But if you're sitting here thinking, man, I can't believe this breakout's almost over, when can I watch some more cool Binary Breakers event? Well, I have an answer for you. Coming up on Sunday, June 22nd, we'll be hosting Full Round and Find Route. There's not an and, but I feel like it flows better. It's going to be a skills-based event where we are showing an approachable 100% run, given Q&A time, equipped with tools to route an any percent run from what we've seen and learned. We'll be joined by Oregon Mike for the event, and we'll be sharing their expertise in Ultima 4 Quest for the Avatar. Also, for our next breakout, mark your calendars for Sunday, August 8th at 4 p.m. PDT or 7 EDT, because we'll be hosting the breakout Mixed Bag right here on Binary Breakers channel. This is intended to be a variety of specials. We're looking for challenge runs, rhythm games, randomizers, bingo showcase, anything you can think of that's outside the box. Got a run that is so unique, so broken, that sheer chaos can overwhelm the unprepared. This one's for you. Remember, you can always join us in the Discord. Invitations are always open, or submissions are always open. You can always email us at info@binarybreakers.com. But why we are here is for Bo's upcoming run of Kitsune Tales, Kiri Presents. Bo, do you want to take it away?
Absolutely. Thanks, Star. Hello, everybody. Good evening, good time zone, depending on where you're at. My name is Debonair VT, but you can all call me Bo. It's easier for all of us. And tonight, we're going to be running Kiri Present in Kitsune Tales. I am joined, as usual, by the lovely Rally. Rally, how are you this evening?
Doing fantastic. Always happy to be here.
And it's lovely to have you for sure. So we are going to be taking y'all through the second half of Kitsune Tales. This is a lovely little love letter to Super Mario 3. Except in this case, Mario is a gay fox girl and has a sword. So that is, if that doesn't sell you on the game, I'm not sure what will. We're basically going to be playing through Act 2 of the game tonight. And before we get into the run, I'm gonna let you in on the magic. And the magic in this case is the magic postcard. Now, we're not entirely sure why this works yet. So if anybody decides that they want to help us figure it out, we will be thrilled for the information. But the magic postcard has a little bit of influence on a couple of things throughout the run, specifically minigame RNG seeding. There's one minigame that we're going to play that we need to grab a couple of guaranteed items from, and for whatever reason, and again, we're not quite sure why this works, but it does, and it's consistent. Setting the magic postcard to have ones in everything will make it so that the items that we want are always behind the same door. So that's what we're doing here. And I think that's pretty much everything that we need to chat about before we get started. So we're going to get going in 3, 2, 1, go. So the very first thing we're going to do is say goodbye to Purple Fox, because Purple Fox is named Yuzu, and Yuzu is not Kiri, but we're playing Kiri Percent. So we'll catch up with her later towards the very end of the game. A lot of the fun of Kiri Percent comes from the special abilities and things that you are able to get as you go through the game. Yuzu tends to be more comparable to your standard Mario character. She gets costumes that have specific power-ups, and those allow her to move through levels very quickly and uniquely. Kiri, on the other hand, has her own suite of abilities, and this is where we would learn about them, but I've played the game before, so we're just going to skip the tutorial and go fight the first mini-boss. However, this would be a great time to let everybody know what those abilities are, Rally, if you want to give a breakdown.
Oh, Oh yeah, I'd be happy to. Compared to Yuzu, who's kind of like, as mentioned, has more of the Mario set of powers of butt sliding down hills, jumping on top of things, having costumes that are usually given a power, and having 2 hits, a larger form and then a smaller form after you take damage. Kiri has a sword, and the sword lets her attack all the time. She could always put out. It's similar to like a cape twirl or the raccoon tail. It's that sort of attack. She has wall jumps, as you can see there. She can slide on the ground to gain speed. She has the ability to break blocks beneath her. And she has a very important ability, which is that if she attacks things in the air, it will reset her abilities and give her a double jump. And you're going to see this a lot, like more towards the middle and the end of the game. It'll come up a lot more, but being able to refresh her abilities in the air gives her a sort of sword-based flight ability, which is where a lot of the really cool movement in the game comes from. So it's very more like dynamic, and you kind of route through enemies, but it is very sword-centric, and I hope you enjoy the ride.
Yeah, for sure. You will notice though that in the early game we're not really using a ton of fancy sword abilities, and that's because we don't have any yet. We start out in the specifically the Kiri % new game category with none of our fancy footwork or sword abilities unlocked. All we have are the default abilities that you get just for being able to play as Kiri, which are, as Raleigh mentioned, the wall jump. Oh, we missed that one. Bummer. The wall jump, some basic sword slashes, a slide, and then the breaking blocks, which you'll see a little bit, but not a ton. We're going to be unlocking these powers progressively, 1 per world, as we fight an overworld mini boss. So you may have seen on the world map when we popped in here, it doesn't look like there's anything else there really. It's just kind of, 5 stages, and that's true because this is world 1. But once we get into world 2 and beyond, there's going to be, your traditional Hammer Brothers style enemies that walk around on the overworld. And one of the unique spots for Kiri's half of the game are fights with our mentor Aaron. Aaron is another kitsune that you meet during the story, and she's Kiri is her protege. Aaron is Kiri's teacher. And so she is kind of ordered by her not so great boss to stop Kiri from rescuing the damsel in distress at any costs. And Aaron doesn't really think that that's the correct choice. So she says, all right, I have to stop you because that's my job. So you better watch carefully because I'm going to defeat you with this special move, wink, wink. And every time we defeat Aaron, we pick up a new ability. So we stan Aaron in this house. Aaron gives us access to basically all of our cool things.
And also, as far as the run goes, early on you start out with a smaller set of powers, but kind of as the levels progress and as you get further in, you get a lot more tools available to you. So the routing possibilities kind of evolve as the game grows.
Yeah, for sure. The other there's 2 other very important tricks to the beginning of the game, and you've seen both of them a couple of times already. This one is probably this is probably the most important, and it's referred to as slope jumping. It is kind of what it sounds like. As you slide down slopes, if you slide and you just hold it down and you don't press any other directions, you maintain the momentum that you had during the slide. So you can carry that. As long as you keep re-jumping, you can carry that for the whole stage if you'd like.
If there's any old Quake players or Team Fortress Soldier players, it's similar in that when you rocket jump and you get all that acceleration, as long as you don't hit the W key, you'll keep it. It's similar for Kiri. As long as she doesn't hit the forward button, she can kind of retain that momentum. But if she taps forward, it does kind of reset to the default.
Yeah. The other thing is what we just did, which is the difficulty that we're playing on is the easiest difficulty. And the end goal of that is, this game was developed with gamers of all levels of skill in mind, which first of all is just fabulous. But second of all, it gives us a really unique movement tool. anytime you would die in this game, on this difficulty, you are instead of having the screen reset or getting kicked back out to the overworld map or anything like that, you come back to about where you were, but you're on a cloud. The cloud moves in every direction and moves pretty quickly, so we are going to be using that quite a bit early on to move vertically fast. The other kind of sneaky benefit of this, which is definitely meant to be soft lock protection, is that you can get squished into walls, and when you get squished into a wall, all of your wall collision is disabled because, again, you don't want to get soft locked in any way. But we can use that to fly vertically or horizontally through walls. So you'll be seeing that a little bit when we get into World 2. So that's World 1 done. From here on, everything is going to be, more or less pretty chill. As we pick up new powers, we'll mention them, and if there's anything that's super important or interesting about the stages, we'll let you know. This is a very important meeting. This cat fellow is going to be our friend throughout the rest of the run. We refer to him as Montgomery because of a minigame that will be coming up later, and we'll keep that one a secret. But if any of y'all can think of what a short nickname for Montgomery might be, you may have an idea about what that minigame is going to be.
And just kind of touching real quick about the cloud mechanic is there are, in this run, for speedrunning purposes, there's two kinds of clouds. There's the good clouds and the bad clouds. Good clouds is when we want to go vertically, or we want to squish into a wall, or we want to take advantage of the mechanic, we can hug something dangerous, and then we acquire a cloud. But if we want to push forward in the run and try all like the really tight speed strats and just go for all the big tricks, and you miss a little bit, you get a bad cloud. But the bad cloud isn't entirely bad because you can still go for all the big stuff without having to lose a bunch of time and reset the whole room. So it does make it a bit marathon friendly to run it on this difficulty.
Yeah, it also means that you can literally go for every trick all the time. And as I'm sure, a bunch of speedrunners already know, some days you're hot and some days you're not. And on your not hot days, you can still clear a run with only, a very minimal amount of time lost, because dying is like a couple of seconds to come back and then you can hop off. You might lose your momentum or something, and maybe you restart the stage and lose another 5 or 6 seconds. But it means that you can really just kind of power through runs and just keep learning about new setups and new things. So it has been immensely helpful for me, both routing and learning all there is to learn about Kitsune.
That was close. That was close.
It was. I really thought I was gonna.
Oh, no.
There we go.
That's
karma.
mustard.
That's karma for dodging the first one, I think. Yeah, those kappa are they don't hurt you, but they do grab you and drop you into the water. And some of the setups that you'll find them in, goodness gracious, those dogs are booking it. Some of the setups you'll find them in are a little fear-inducing, let's say. They'll drop you into spikes or sometimes into lava. There's a lot of spooky stuff that they will do. All right, we're gonna try to dodge this ghost here.
If I may, we're in a ghost house at the moment, and ghosts in Kitsune Tales work a little bit differently from Mario ghosts. It doesn't matter if you look at them or not, they will always chase you, but if you enter the light, then they lose interest and they stop chasing you. And if they enter the light, they become intangible and they can't hurt you anymore. And this is, I'll let Bo explain what they're doing right now.
Yeah, so as mentioned previously, when you get crunched into a wall, in order for you to not be unable to play the game, your wall collision gets a little messed up. So what we're doing here is we're taking a couple of very specific wall crunches to get pushed out of bounds so that when we come back to life, we don't have wall collision, and we can kind of skip this entire every cycle in this very vertical cycle based room, and it makes it go by way faster than we would otherwise. So a couple of those jumps are a little tricky, so I'm very happy that we got that in its entirety. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that we're going to be using this neat little death abuse trick to do.
It is a strong example of the good cloud.
Oh, I jumped.
And this is an example of the bad cloud.
It is. we just wanted to show them off back to back. Oh, the other really good thing about this run is, as Raleigh was saying earlier, because you can try every trick, most of the tricks that you would want to do,
Good
these
dog.
dogs are great. Thank you. The fellas came through for us. Because you can try every trick, in addition to learning all of the neat little tricks and things that you can do in the run, it also means that that you're able to, excuse me, because all of the tricks more or less are trying to move you forward very quickly, you can try basically every trick. And even if you do end up getting a bad cloud, it's kind of only like a mediocre cloud because you're still almost definitely saving time on doing it normally. So we now have access to Blade Dash, which is one of the two. Oh, we didn't quite get exactly what I wanted there. One of the two main movement tech pieces of this run. This is our horizontal slash. You have full invulnerability while you're doing it, so you can kind of use it to carve through enemies if you need to. And since you can use it in the air, you are able to kind of slide over gaps and save short jumps or you know, suspicious looking, maybe I got that, maybe I didn't moments. For our purposes, for the most part, we are going to be using Blade Dash just as a way to we're going to be using Blade Dash as a way to deal with enemies while continuing to move forward. Oh goodness,
Mike's got your number today.
Yeah, they're giving me the business, like so. So it allows us to kind of clear horizontal space very well. It lets us immediately achieve momentum in the air where we would otherwise be drifting. It's just a very, very powerful tool for basically all of the movement tech that we have in the run. The second really big piece to our movement tech we're going to get in the next stage, which is going to be our upward movement piece. But for right now, we're going to just do some refresh things like so.
Yeah,
So that kind of illustrates basically everything that we have now. We have refresh, we've got a sword, and we now have Blade Dash. So you can see how just with that little bit of routing, we were able to clear, you know, a bunch of obstacles and not really worry about them. This particular hill is a great example of a level that you can totally get by if you're just trying to fly upwards with either death clouds or by doing refresh. So it's kind of up to you. I personally like to use the clouds in this stage just because it ends up being a little more comfy since we don't have access to the horizontal slash yet. This stage is a very choreographed one, so now would be a good time for any kind of announcements or anything if you have them, Star.
Yeah, I have a couple of things we can talk about. First of all, did you know that Binary Breakers has a stream team? I hope you do, because I'm on the stream team. This is a great way to check out which of our members are live and give folks a follow. So anyone who has opted in for this can be found at twitch.tv/team/binarybreakers. So feel free to go and check that out. And you can also request to join the stream team by joining our Discord. If you're having a hard time finding, you know, our socials or Discord, whatever that might be, we have all of our links in one handy place. You can check out our website at binarybreakers.com, and you could also type !card. That is actually with 2 R's, so CARRD, and chat for a link to find out more about the...
Awesome. Thanks for that. I am also on the stream team. I can confirm that it rules, and you should totally do it if that interests you in any way, shape, or form. So we just finished off World 2 and we've started World 3. And you'll notice that at the end of World 2, we had a boss fight, which is, you know, more or less pretty standard. Except this boss was a big ninja teddy bear guy. Everybody really likes him. He's extremely polite. Generally when we talk to him about acquiring one of the keys.
Kiri
less so. Yeah, she learns her manners as the story goes on, which you should play this game for even if you don't want to speedrun it, because it's fully voice acted. It's a lovely story about being true to yourself and discovering more about who you are and who you want to be compared to what other people might want you to be. It's super fantastic, and gay fox girls. So like, again, I if that hasn't sold you on picking this game up, or at the very least wishlisting it, I don't know what else will. Wait, that's a lie. I do know what else will. It's on sale this week, isn't it?
It's on sale until the end of tonight, actually.
Oh yeah, so you've got a little bit of time. How fortuitous. If this looks interesting to you, you can grab it on a discount right now, and then you can help me figure out why the magic postcard works the way that it does. Wouldn't that be nice? Cool. So yeah, we're moving into world 3 now. I guess to retouch on bosses real quick. Every world has a boss. They're all going to be themed around the element that the world kind of represents. So in the last case, we had, you know, like a forest kind of woodsy world. So we had a big bear. In this stage, as you'll see later, we're gonna have a fancy bug person that we're gonna fight, and there will be, you know, they'll all have powers or an arena that is related to the world that you're in. So we're gonna see all of those. They're all really short fights with Kiri because, again, sword, and you're gonna be hearing that a lot because sword, which is extremely helpful for basically all of the enemy routing in this run. As you can see, there's a lot of slight movement techniques to let us go faster underwater. Her horizontal slide does not care about where you are. You can be either out or in the water, and it will always move you at the same speed and same distance. And the blade dash also works underwater, so you can pretty safely move through as long as you're not hugging spikes or you don't misjudge your height and then get poked by a fugu or anything like that. Not that that would have happened to anybody recently.
I didn't see anything.
I didn't think so. We're now going to kind of elaborate more on what these lanterns do, which is pretty neat. So they have a function with the ghosts, as we already mentioned, but they have another interesting function, which is they reveal hidden doors. And we kind of saw this in the very first ghost house in World 1, where one of the lantern yokai revealed a hidden door for us to go through to finish the stage. But in this stage, we need to swim all the way down to the bottom of this, flooded vertical room, and then we have to grab a lantern. I really thought that ghost was going to get me.
That was a close one.
And now that we have this, we can swim all the way back up to the top, because we can disable the ghosts on the way, and when we get up here, we'll reveal a door for ourselves that we can go through. You also have
to on the way down, you have to make sure you disable a couple of the fish, because if you forget they're there and you're speedy way up, then those fish will say hi to you.
Yeah, it won't be fun. We can certainly say that much. All right, now this mini boss gets the first new move that the mini bosses will get, which is that jump. I really thought I was out of the way there, but that's all right. And so we're now going to start getting those attacks mixed in every once in a while. So we're now going to pick up our second skill, and this is where we're going to be able to show off a bit of the AI manipulation that we currently have for Aaron fights. Now that we have Blade Dash, and we learned it from Aaron, we both do the same move in the same way. So we can always get a perfect fight by just blade dashing the same way that she is, because she can't ever catch us. So this is going to be important for saving a lot of time on the runs, or the fights rather, and ultimately is going to give us access to just safer fights in general. But when we do, there is another a challenge run, I suppose, of this that both Rally and I are working on currently, which is a no-hit, basically, category. And in order to signify that you haven't taken any hits, there's like an item that serves as your second HP bar, which is a scarf.
Yep, it's a secret item in the very beginning of the game that you could only get one of, and you can't go back and get another copy of it. So if you pick it up, it's sort of just like a verifier for you haven't gotten hit at all. And trying to run through the game without getting hit at all is a pretty considerable challenge, and I think Bo and I have both been seeing how far we can get without losing the scarf. It's it's a fun challenge, and you know, if the game looks interesting to you, and like there's other levels of it you can play. You can kind of take advantage of the challenge mode, or take advantage of our friendly cloud mechanic. You know?
Yeah. And as you've probably seen, being able to manipulate, you know, a mini boss fight after doing all of these levels that we are intentionally taking deaths to get through is probably much comfier than trying to figure out some kind of no death strat or something like that. Didn't quite get the height that I wanted on that, but it's all good.
Spike's got your number today.
Yeah, they're a big fan of me. Unfortunately, I'm not a big fan of them. So we're coming up on the end of World 3 here. As mentioned before, we're going to have a boss fight. This one's pretty short. I don't think it's going to be... Oh, I guess we have this room first. Let's see if I can do this better than I did it on Friday.
Let's go.
Oh, almost.
Yeah, this room's a really cool showcase of the movement tech that you can get playing as Kiri.
Yeah, I'll take one minor drop there. That was a really solid 3-6. Yeah, so this is why I play the category. I love doing all of the cool chaining abilities, strategies, and things like that. It's so neat. It's super duper interesting. This game has like some of the most immaculate vibes as far as games that I've played recently go. Chat, don't forget to hydrate. Everybody take some time now. We're not doing anything, so make sure you get some water.
Yeah, keep that cup of water handy.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. We got through the level. Great job, Kiri. Really proud of you. Really proud. That is the only reason that we wait for the Power Fox pickup from Aaron in that boss fight. You'll notice that is the first like boss screen or ability unlock that we haven't quit out of yet, and it's specifically because if you quit out, you don't get the item that you would have gotten had you stayed in until the full completion of the stage and run out the other door. But because it's a little bit faster to do that, we will be doing it for most of it. All right, I remembered this time. Oh, wow. I did remember to jump before the Pango though, so we saved a bunch of time on this stage from Friday. But yeah, so now we're in the ice world. This is a pretty cool stage. No puns intended. I'm pretty sure the same thing happened to me on Friday. That not intentional at all. It genuinely isn't.
Part of the script now.
It's gonna have to be. Oh no, dogs.
Oh no.
Okay. That wasn't great. I didn't like that.
He chilled out.
They really weren't sure if they wanted to go back to Monty's wild ride.
This is another really cool ascent route. Like some of the ascents, you kind of take the good cloud and you go up and skip them, but some of them you can kind of take advantage of Kiri's abilities and you get a really cool climbing route. Like that was a really clean run.
Thank you. That's one of the best ones I've had recently, so no complaints from me. And now we're going to go to the antithesis of that kind of level, which is going to be a side scroller that we can't cheat. It's a super neat level. The floor and the ceiling shift, and every time you press the button, it either reverses the direction or just resets the speed and continues it. So the goal here is to press all the buttons to progress through the stage. Now you may be thinking to yourself, but Bo, surely there's a way that you could like crunch into the ceiling, right? Because we know that can save time already. Yes, crunching into the ceiling is fine, except if you get caught. If you get caught the right way, and I got caught the right way, it's not going to impact you. If you get caught the wrong way, which is to say that the place that the floor or ceiling crushes you into, the ceiling or floor, it can just kind of loop, and you can die many times while the game tries to catch up. So in that stage, generally, it is just faster to not try for any kind of shenanigans like that. That death ended up working out for me, but that was not what I was intending to do there at all. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. They do work, but it's not the best. This stage is fabulous.
Yeah, this is one of the really cool ideas that the game's level designer Lizstar has come up with a whole bunch of really cool level ideas, and that one is definitely one of the masterpieces. It is just lovely.
Yeah, I really like it. It's very cool. So as y'all saw, we could not see our platforms the entire time. So what we needed to do was we basically needed to do all of that platforming while staring at the other side of the screen, which is understandably not very natural feeling and pretty difficult to do. So I'm very happy we got through that pretty well. It's obviously a lot easier with Kiri than it would be with Yuzu, because we have the ability to kind of fix our mistakes somewhat with the uppercut and the blade dash, which I didn't do quick enough there. I wonder if that counted as a hit. I just heard the like clanking noise. We'll see. In this fight, Aaron is supposed to be giving us a like dive kick for those of you that are fighting game inclined. This right here, which is super duper cool. Oh, thank you, dogs. The dogs have been great today. I mean, these guys owe us something after, you know.
They felt bad. We had a talk after the last run, and we told them, you know, you gotta lighten up a little bit, and they felt bad. And
even today, doing donuts in Monty's parking lot. Oh, that was unfortunate. Doing donuts in Monty's parking lot is not a good look. They didn't have to do us like that, but they did.
So they're not that sorry. They're not that sorry.
No, not really. I don't think so. So in this area, what we're going to be doing is we are going to be damage boosting through these eels on the bottom here, because if we weren't doing this, we would have to, you know, there's a lot of ups and downs and things that we need to deal with, but none of that is super important to getting through this stage quickly, so we just don't worry about it. And instead we either damage boost or death boost through, because clouds also move normally underwater, so you get the same amount of that like speed boost that we were talking about earlier also will apply underwater, which makes it a very useful tool for you know.
It's a neat little triangle jump over the Caracasa.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been trying to implement that a little bit more into the gameplay, because we don't really use Full Metal Geta, the dive kick. We don't really use that ability a lot, and I think it's a very neat one, and I would like to use it more. So I'm trying to feel it out. So in 4-6, we are racing a ghost, and in order to make it fair, we are also ghost now.
Yeah, you gotta level the playing field. It's not fair if they're intangible and you're kind of constricted by physical law, you know.
Everybody say GG's. It was a good race. GG's. Cool. So we're coming up on 4-7, which is a neat little stage. Again, there's not a ton happening here, so this would be this is actually a good time for me to be quiet, but it would be a great time to kind of explain the achievement that is tied to this level.
Take over for that. Normally the way this level works is it is a pretty standard invincible star run. There's a couple power-ups boxes, which are all the invincible stars that you can collect in a timely manner to kind of get through all the spikes, but because Kiri and her sword can fly, she can travel over top of the spikes, and using refresh to kind of maintain her flight, she doesn't need the stars. And if you play through the game and you're able to get to the end of this level without using any of the invincibility items, you do get an achievement for it. It's a secret little bonus challenge that you can opt into.
Yeah, it's super neat. And I almost had it there. I fumbled a little bit at the end, but we got very close.
It is fun that it ends up being faster that way too.
Yes, I agree. So that was the World 4 boss. There's usually a lot more mechanics, but we have a sword, so we don't care about them. We're going into World 5 here, and there's not a ton to explain early on. So, Star, this would be a great time for any other announcements if you have them.
Sure do. Thank you so much, Bo. So, just as a reminder, you're watching our Breakout Summer Games Edition. And coming up on August 8th, we will have our next Breakout, which is the Mixed Bag Variety Special. So if you do have a super unique, broken, awesome, random run, this is your chance to kind of get in and showcase your skills. So if you want to get involved in the Breakout run submissions and volunteer applications year-round to community members, so for more information and a server invite, you could reach out to us directly on Blue Sky, or you can always email us at info@binarybreakers.com. Thank you.
Ooh, nice recover.
Thank you. So we're now in World 5. World 5 is the air world. 5-1 has what I think is probably the most infamous slope jump in the game. You have to do it behind a cloud, and the timing is extremely tight, and I have not found a way to make it consistent. Please, somebody help me find a way to make it consistent. I really want to make it consistent. But as of right now, it is, unfortunate, a little bit slow on the blade dash there. At present, it is almost there, but not quite. So that level is one that I am actively trying to find a better route for.
Yeah,
5-2, however, is just a great example of chaining all of the refreshes together and doing all of the neat abilities back to back and all that good stuff.
Yeah, normally back at the start of the level, a line of cranes would fly through the air, and you have to ride on their backs and jump from crane to crane. Yuzu's kind of constrained by the cranes, but because Kiri has a sword and Kiri can cut to the chase, she can just fly on her own and just get there under her own power.
Speaking of flying, we're not going to do anything for the next minute and 20 seconds or so. So if there's anything that anybody wants to talk about, now's the time.
Sounds like you're queuing me up.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So if you're watching at home and think, is the Binary Breakers community right for me? We understand that gender is complicated. So while this is not an exhaustive list of communities we serve, we want to take the time to expressly welcome folks from the speedrunning community who are non-binary, agender, third gender, two-spirit, trans non-binary, hey, that's me, gender fluid, genderqueer, intersex, bigender, and polygender into our space. We also wish to invite anyone that does not fit neatly into a particular label around gender, as well as people that reject gender altogether to join our community. It's just a good reminder here in Pride that you want to have a nice supportive community, and the Binary Breakers are more than happy to help welcome you in and give you a nice place to call home.
Heck yeah.
It's wonderful to be here.
Indeed.
Y'all are lovely.
No, you. Or rather, Andy.
Oh.
So what y'all just witnessed is why we need to play the mini game. So you've probably heard of the Monty Hall problem before, and you probably have recognized that is what we were dealing with for those two games. That's also why we call the cat merchant Montgomery. So what's interesting is normally the math says that you are better off switching anytime you play that game. You have a higher % chance of winning if you switch. But in our case, the RNG seed that we set up with our magic postcard means that the first game that we play will always be in the left if we choose the left. And the second one that we play will always be the switch if we pick the left. It will always be in the rightmost door if we switch. Because of that, we can guarantee to get 2 clouds, and having a cloud for 5-3 is just extremely fast, way faster than anything else we would be working with. This is the fight where this is the last Aaron fight that we get an ability from, and this is where we get Spirit Rush. And Spirit Rush is going to be our very cool movement tech option that we use for basically the rest of the game to do all of the very, very neat stuff.
Good dogs.
Yeah, some good dogs. Except for that they can really lock onto your position. They're pretty good like that. Hammer Brothers at least just have an arc. These guys, actual snipers. All right, so this is going to be the first stage that we have access to Spirit Rush in, and I will try to demonstrate the first real trick that we have. Our setup for this is pretty good, so I think we got it. Oh, just barely off. But decent recovery. So you can land right on that question mark block and continue that jump and that momentum. Now 5-6 is a level that I have an interesting relationship with because there's not really a whole lot of speed tech. You can kind of like Spirit Rush into the water, and there's a couple of smaller things you can do, but this level is very slow because there's a lot of water that is vertical, and we unfortunately don't really have a way to ascend vertically quickly in water. The downside, probably the only downside to the uppercut, is that it really doesn't move you that high in the water. And I did it there just to kind of demonstrate what that would look like. It really doesn't do a great job of keeping you...
Uh-oh.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I thought I still had the blade dash. It doesn't really do a great job of moving you vertically. So unfortunately, we kind of just have to mash to get to the surface. And when you've got to do vertical up and downs with that, it's a little tough. So this tower stage is going to be the second cloud. This one is not required, and I do actually think it's probably a little bit faster. It's probably a lot bit faster, truly, but it's probably faster to ascend this tower without a cloud by using Spirit Rush cancels, which is something that we can explain in a little bit. But that is not a route I have practiced, so we're not going to do it. We're going to have to climb this the old-fashioned way. Which means we're going to be doing a little bit of... Oh, yeah, I got to go up the outside. We're going to be doing a little bit of old-fashioned platforming, aided by a refresh. And also aided by a different cloud. This is not my cloud, but we're going to borrow it. All right. A little bit slower. We lost like maybe 8 to 10 seconds there, but... yeah, I think this is a stage where it would genuinely be very fast if we could figure out strats for it. This is called the bow skip.
Say hi.
Oh, I stood on the apple. That's my fault. That's all right. He'll still die.
Say hi. Say goodbye.
Did you? I forgot that the apples hurt you. So that's something I found during my casual playthrough, that quick kill. We currently think that the way that it works is that the boss gets hit and then falls far enough while doing that apple slice move that he hits the death plane and doesn't have time to recover. So that's the working theory right now, which is pretty neat and definitely interesting if true. Do I have enough? Yeah, okay, great.
It is somewhat thematic that you have a way to win the sword fight in one stroke.
Yes. And I was just interested in trying to hit him for just like a quick bit of damage before the fight started, and then it turned out that is just the way that you fight the boss. We're gonna reset this room. This is your standard like water level stage. Oh goodness. All right, well, we're just gonna have to take it this time. Having a rough time with this one today. This is your standard like water level stage. Our goal is going to be, or was going to be, to try and clear this in just the one cycle. Obviously, as you can see, it didn't quite work out that way. We may still be able to get there. No, we're gonna die. That's okay. All right, so we lost a decent bit there, about 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Oof, ouch. Yeah. However, not a huge deal. When that level goes right, it looks real good. This level has a couple of cool SRCs in it. So we do like to do those, as many of them as we can. The first two are far more important than the third, because they get you pretty far down in the water like so, and obviously you get to skip the entire first area of the zone, which also has a pretty wide variety of unfortunate. I thought I might be able to save it by grabbing that side platform, but not quite. Oh man, I'm missing all of them today. I might just stop talking for a couple levels.
I think I could take over a little bit.
Yeah. Either way, we're gonna be using quite a bit of these things as we go, but not in 6.4. 6.4 is actually just like a cool cycle-based. I always do that.
You can't
I
crouch
try to
behind
crouch. I try to crouch behind it like it's cover. One of these days I won't do that.
Taketh away.
It's true. I will take one death in dogs if it means that they keep arriving before ghost houses. I'm fine with that trade.
So if you want to lock in real quick, I think I could take over. This is the last ghost house in the game. It's lava themed, and it was designed with a very particular, like a fluid route to it. If you move forward and you can hit all of your timings, then you can kind of almost get through it all in one cycle before all of the little crushers.
I think we're okay. It moved quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was worried that we were going to get crunched forever there.
Yeah. But yeah, it is. Playing it on the easy difficulty does give you that that cloud, and it does let you just go as hard as you can all the time, because sometimes the dogs conspire against you and things don't work out. But you can always give it your best shot, and if it doesn't work out, you can get it on the next run.
Yep. That's part of why I really like this game. I feel like it's extremely accessible. It's got a lot of platforming greatest hits, if you will. There's a lot of the level design that just makes a ton of really good sense. There's a bunch of movement tech if you want to go really far into the deep end about all the neat stuff that you can do. Missing that uppercut. Probably fine. Yeah, we're fine. Let's look at the last one. GG. That was the last Aaron fight. So we're coming up on the end of the game here. We've got 2 more stages and then 2 more bosses, or 3 more stages, excuse me. How could I forget this one? The very, very long SRC.
Very nice.
Nice.
And now part 2. Well, almost part 2.
Oh, barely. All right. Good enough to get us all the way to the end, I think. Yes. Still good. So that's a great example of, we hit the first trick and we went very, very quick. The second one, we got most of the way through it, but you can see how much faster it is than trying to do that normally. So it's basically always worth it on this difficulty to go for tricks no matter what.
Yeah, that no-hit challenge run we were talking about before is pretty daunting, and there's a lot to learn and there's a lot to master, but the game is set up in a way where you can, work on it and master it at a pace, and eventually, you'll get where you want to be. But if not,
for sure,
it's always there for you.
All right, so we're coming up on the last official stage here. This well. The very first thing we're going to do is we're going to go for a bounceless setup here, which we got. It basically, this is one of those where you're supposed to be bouncing on all of these breakable blocks all the way down this drop. But we don't want to do that. We want to have access to all of our abilities.
Yeah, Bo found a pixel perfect skip to that section.
Yep, you can stand right on the very edge of that platform. You can line it up with either Kiri or Yuzu's left foot.
Now, there's a sneaky trick coming up here real quick. This is normally a longer level, but something happens, and now we're at the end of it.
Yeah, that's a secret, y'all, so don't tell anybody.
Yeah, just
no
between
telling.
just between us, you know.
Yeah,
Just
keep it a secret. Keep it a secret for us, huh?
Keep it here on Binary Breakers.
All right. So this is the last elemental boss. It's a neat little take on a boss. Hello. All right. Well, we're gonna be.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, we can save this. Oh, the tanuki behind the house. That's okay. All right, it's not okay anymore. This is a really neat take on a boss that normally looks a lot nicer than this. But we didn't get the. I don't think I kept speed enough in the beginning, so we didn't quite get the jump. But it is what it is. So now we're going into the final boss. So time is going to be when Yuzu jumps on the last orb. There's going to be a couple of phases to this fight. What's going to happen is we're going to be getting 3 hits as Yuzu. And then we're going to be mashing through a cutscene, or we're going to be skipping a cutscene where Kiri catches her and saves her. And then we're going to be doing some funny combat trickery with Kiri now that we have all of our fancy abilities. And then we have to mash through a cutscene. So there's going to be, there will be a point where I ask y'all to tell the foxes to talk faster. And I would really appreciate it if you did, in fact, tell them to talk faster. I'm pretty sure it works. It's not a guarantee, but it is pretty good.
They've got those big ears. They can hear you in chat, so
yeah, it's true.
Let them know we're on a schedule here.
All right, so this is the skippable cutscene. We're gonna do the Kiri thing, and we're on world record pace again. Oh, we might not be anymore. That's a really unfortunate death. Okay, that was good. Last one, please. Okay, didn't give it to us in time. All right, I think we're gonna be just shy now. We're looking for 47-43, I believe. So we may get it by a couple seconds. But
talk fast. Talk fast.
Yeah. Talk fast, foxes. Ooh, we're gonna be really close. I think we're gonna miss it by a second. Yeah, just barely missing it.
There it goes.
Still,
pesky rocks.
Time. So 47-47. Pretty solid. Pretty solid. Can't complain with that. And this is like, obviously, there were a lot of less than optimal stages in this. There's so much time that we can improve on. It is so cool. Oh, but before we get to the end, there is something very important. Chat room, I need you all to queue up a message in chat. The message is "Let's go lesbians." You're gonna know when to post it, okay? But I need you to queue it up. I need you to hold.
Hold. Not yet.
And let's go lesbians.
Let's go lesbians.
Okay, well that was Kiri %, y'all. Thanks for watching. It's this is definitely my favorite speedrun at the moment. We don't have to talk about how it's my only one, but it is my favorite one.
Yeah,
it's
amazing run. Do you have any shout outs?
Yeah, for sure. So obviously the Breakers, we wouldn't be here without the community existing, and it's super. It's honestly an honor to be included in a cool community event like this. So big ups for having me out and letting me run this cool game. Also shout out to the Rowdy Boys. I don't know if any of them are currently watching, but we appreciate the support that y'all give us basically all the time. Rally, anything for you?
Yeah, give out a shout out to the boys. They know who they are. They always got our backs, and we're always glad to have them here. So
yeah, for sure. So for me, you can find me over at twitch.tv/debonairvt. I stream a couple nights a week. The number's a little down right now because of real life, unfortunately, but I'm hoping to pull it back soon. I've got a couple of new speed games in the wings that I want to start learning, along with potentially picking up a randomizer or two. But we're also going to be playing a decent bit more of Kitsune Tales because I cannot get enough of this game. And there's a whole other half of the game that I need to learn still. So there's quite a bit of neat speedrunning stuff in the future.
I do hear that there's a big content patch coming soon too. So.
That's also true. Yeah. There's I don't know when it's gonna drop, but I do know that there is a big content patch coming for this, and it includes, at the very least, easy access to a new game plus mode, which is going to open up a couple of brand new categories for this game that currently do exist but are very annoying to get to. So being able to just have an option in the game to do that is going to be good. I don't really know what else is going to be a part of it, but I'm really excited to play through it.
It's coming.
Yeah.
But,
so I think that's all it for me. I'm once again I've been Bo. This has been Rally. Thanks y'all for hanging out.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. And remember, especially right now, to be kind to yourselves and love one another.
Aw, I couldn't have said it better myself. So thank you so much. Thank you again for the absolutely wonderful run. Folks, stick around because we will be doing a raid to a lovely marathon. I just wanted to take a minute to thank all of the runners from tonight. Everyone has been absolutely lovely. And just giving a couple more announcements real quick. Obviously, you were seeing our summer games, but August 8th, we'll have our next breakout for Mixed Bag. Also, Sunday, June 22nd, we'll be having a special event for Full Round Find Route. That'll be a chance to do a 100% route, kind of learn along with everyone. Ori and Mike will be part of that. And then, of course, if you are going to SGDQ, you should come to our first ever meetup. That is July 8th at 6 p.m. local time. So it's a good chance to meet other people in the community, mingle, get your badge ribbon. It'll be just great. So thank you again to all the runners. And I believe we are going to raid Preventathon as they're getting ready for their finale. So stick around. They're raising money for Little Warriors. So if you're feeling generous, reach out and help if you